Okay, I think we should be good. Hello, everybody. I'm back with more Umineko When They Cry question arcs, episode 2. I don't know, what's this one? The Turn of the Golden Witch or something? Anyway, anyway, sorry for the nearly hour delay. The Joy-Cons weren't working, and instead of restarting the computer, I was troubleshooting a bunch of stuff, and turns out restarting the computer fixed it, but with the time I wasted, I ended up trying out a little bit of a new format. It won't look any— wait a second. Yes, it does. You guys can't see anything. What's with that? Hold on. It was just working. What's going on? Please. Yeah, well, you caught the beginning, but now the game isn't displaying for some reason. I spent all this time trying to, like, freaking make everything okay, because I was like, I spent an hour. Ugh. Hello? Please? Please work. Hello? Jesus. Does that work? Capture any full screen application? No? What is going on? It's not even my Switch. It's the emulator and PC. Which might be the problem. Maybe I should actually put this on Switch. It was working before I went live. This is why I'm like, what? Why? Alright, you're gonna get double Gumi for a second. That didn't work? Maybe I should make a new source. Yes, screw you, PC game capture source. More like game capture snores. No, don't show Twitter. What the— there we go. Okay. Let's change the layers. Okay, it works. We're getting somewhere. Something, I think a little bigger than that. Yeah, exactly. Time to resize. I don't want to go too low because those leaves can block the text sometimes. Does this look okay? Not too small? I think that's pretty similar to how it was before. Alright, alright. Alright. Okay, hopefully nothing else will go wrong. Hello everybody, and welcome back to Umineko. Everything's starting again, the family meetup part 2. Or second try. Let's see how it goes. Okay. Every year, the relatives who visit Rokenjima let out a sigh of admiration at the rose garden which first greets them. They stood there talking with each other about the rose's beauty and the state of their blooming this year. Last time on Umineko, you've seen this all before, perhaps, or maybe not. Yeah. This time, Beatrice is just chilling, and there's a lot of like magic deals to make relationships happen, and yeah, so things are a little different this time. Well, that part's not fixed. There was a single unhealthy rose. Not again! No, I can't take it. I can't take, like, crying over the rose again. We're not gonna name it this time. Okay, George, shut up. Don't even suggest naming this rose. We just need to, we've seen this all before. They sold the same novel 8 times, and here I thought Haruhi Suzumiya's Endless 8 was groundbreaking. I mean, like, did they trick me? Am I gonna be boring you guys by having to read the same story 8 times? Oh, they tricked me. I'm actually gonna deliver boring content. Alright, there was a single unhealthy rose among them, and Maria became overwhelmed with dejection at its state. You know what, this time just cut it and put it in a little vase. Give it extra water. I know, I figured it was like that. There's new information each time, so it's not boring. I'm like, I figured they had to do something like that, or else people wouldn't praise this game. Or else it would be one of the complaints people have about this game, but people never complain about it being repetitive, so... No! You know, clip it. Like, you're gonna put it in a vase. That's different from beheading a flower. We're going to give it a new home. You know, like Maria wants to go to the Golden Land. Yeah, Miranda, this game's so repetitive. Why do you watch me play it? I'm just kidding. Umineko, a known stinker. Exactly, that's why I'm like 75% joking, because I know nobody complains about that kind of thing when it comes to this game. Meanwhile, there are plenty of games people do complain about being repetitive, so I know there's gotta be a shtick, a trick. It's something's going to spice it up. All right. But George uses quick wits. No! Don't name it, George! Don't name it! And saying she should look after it if she felt that sorry for it. And she marked it with a candy wrapper. Wait, was it a ribbon last time? Was it a candy? Wait, it was a candy wrapper last time, wasn't it? And immediately restored Maria's good mood. Don't do it! Don't do it! It's okay, Maria. You and your rose will be reunited in the Golden Land. Yeah, exactly. And once Battler, at least they're speeding through this and we don't have to go through the dialogue again, right? Okay, and once Battler, with whom she had been getting along well all morning at this time, whether they'll be getting along in 2 days remains to be seen. Or tomorrow night, however it goes. She began, oh yeah, so this time we have Halloween in the mix with Maria. We know she likes Halloween, unsurprisingly. So, Battler raised the subject of Halloween that Maria loved so much, and she began playing around energetically again. It was a candy wrapper last time. Aha. Oh yeah, and she got the marshmallow. I want that so bad right now. It's got to be so soft, right? Except, you know how those lollipop marshmallows in the plastic wrap, they get kind of air dried on the outside, so it's kind of like chewy on the outside, and then it's all like really soft on the inside. Man, I want that real bad right now. Okay, anyway, to Maria. Those marshmallow jack-o'-lantern candies that her mother had bought for her were probably a treasure greater than any other. Oh. It seemed that several of them had been bought for her, and she demanded trick or treat from every person she met, giving them candy instead of the other way around. She's giving out the candy. Oh no, she's like, Greg from Over the Garden Wall. Yeah, it's like, here's the candy, it's from my pocket, you know? Right? Because in Over the Garden Wall, they were actually going out on Halloween, and then instead of trick-or-treating, like Greg keeps giving the candy to everyone. That got so cute, that begging for candy to give other people instead of keeping it for herself. Yeah. Ooh. She's so happy, right? I hope they give the pumpkins back to her though, because like she should eat those and enjoy them. Anyway, I wonder why Maria likes Halloween so much. Well, Battler, you might not have heard, but Maria likes witches. I thought that event was pretty difficult for Japanese people to get used to. Yes, but Maria likes witches. I guess this is before so many people started going to Shibuya in costume that Shibuya Ward was like, don't freaking come here on Halloween anymore. Don't be like that. Battler hasn't seen Maria in over 4 years, maybe. I know. I didn't mean that as to say he's stupid. I mean that was like, well, in case you hadn't heard, Maria likes witches. That is why. Isn't that because it's a kids' festival where they get to parade around in costumes? It's fun to play around in an outfit that's different than usual. No, I think there's probably a slightly deeper reason. After all, she is Maria-chan the witch. Yep, here we go. Come to think of it, when we were at the airport, didn't Maria say that if she was going to wear a costume, it would be a witch? Does Maria like witches? Oh, baby! Battler, guess what? Yeah, that's a yes. Yes, she loves them. So much that it becomes a problem. Well, admiring fantastical stuff like that is to be expected at that age. Yes, Umineko is back. Umineko's back and we're eating some gummy jack-o'-lantern marshmallows. Hello, Yaya. If she'd at least chosen a heroine of some TV anime to admire, that would have been cute. But I mean, she's a cute witch. I think cute witches are possible. I guess this is before Madoka. Actually, no, those witches aren't cute. Let me think. Where's a cute witch? This is before the days of Little Witch Academia, right? This is the 80s. Were there cute witches in the 80s? It might be just Maria. If she'd at least chosen a heroine of some TV anime to admire, that would have been cute. Sally the Witch? Oh, I need to look up Sally the Witch. I guess you could also argue that, like in The Wizard of Oz, Glinda's a witch. She's just a good witch. So say it's like Glinda, right? Beleaguered sigh. Judging by Rosa's reactions, it seemed that, as a mother, she did not find her daughter's love for witches pleasant. Seemingly all the cousins other than Battler were able to understand this, and they shrugged their shoulders, smiling awkwardly. So if you like witches, you also like Halloween? Is that how it works? I guess I should just ask her myself if I don't know. Hey, Maria! Battler's just diving right in. What kind of relationship do Halloween and witches have with each other? As Battler asked this... As Battler asked that, George and Jessica let out a small, noise. It seemed they were too late. You asked Maria about her special interest. She is about to deliver. It almost looked as though Maria had been waiting for that question. Oh no! The face! The face! 15 stream streak. Thank you so much, Goal. Welcome. But also, oh no, that face. It's coming out early. It really was her all along. She wasn't possessed. After looking happy for an instant, her expression turned a little mean, as if to say, "You don't know anything, do you?" It was the expression of an enthusiast who has been enraged by the ignorant statement of an outsider with a wrong impression. So you mean to say she has a pedantic expression? 8-year-old little girl Maria is about to mansplain something to us? Ooh, overload. B, hello. Ooh.
ケルト人は1年間を通じてその勢いを変える太陽は
The Celts thought of the changing strength of the sun over the course of a year.
1年を通して生まれ、育ち、老いて死んで、そして再び蘇ると考えていたの。
As its birth, its growing up period, its aging and death, and then its revival.
納得だな。
I get it. He doesn't get it. Good question. She'd like to think she's a witch disguised as a girl. Maria would have grown up with Minky Momo and Creamy Mommy, magical girls rather than witches. Witches were more the previous generation. Yeah, but also Rosa grew up in the Ushinomiya household. How much TV did she really watch? I mean, of course they watch a lot of TV now, but... did they watch as much back then is what I'm wondering. They were probably being brought up all strict and shit. I get it, he doesn't get it.
春のか弱いポカポカした太陽がどんどん成長して暑いくらいになり
Maybe he does get it? I get it. The sun, weak and warm in spring. starts to grow up and become hot.
次第に痩せ衰えていく様をなるほど太陽の一生と考えるのもうなずけるぜ。
And then it gradually gets weaker and worn out. Yeah, I can see how you could think of that as the passing of the sun's life.
だから彼らは10月の最後に太陽は死に、死の国で体を休めて冬至の日に再び蘇ると考えたの。
Yep. So they thought that at the end of October, the sun died, rested its body in the land of the dead, and then revived again at the winter solstice.
それで太陽が1年の生涯を終えて死ぬその日を大晦日サビンと呼んでお祝いしたの。
And so, they celebrated the day that the sun ends its one-year lifespan and dies, calling it New Year's Eve or Samhain.
再び日照時間が長くなりだす冬至の日を太陽の復活の日とする考え方はとても面白いよね。
That way of thinking is very interesting. To say that the sun is revived on the day of the winter solstice when the daylight hours start to grow longer again. Well, the Celts were in Britain, right? Like the general islands area. They're pretty high in latitude, but not quite high enough to have like midnight sun and endless nights, right? Not quite that north, but they're pretty north, right? That way of thinking is very interesting, to say that the sun is revived on the day of the winter solstice, when the daylight hours start to grow longer again.
古代の人々がいかに太陽を神聖視していたかがわかるエピソードだよ。
It's an episode that makes you understand how much ancient people deified the sun.
なるほどな。
I see.
で、それが魔女とどう関係があるんだ？
And what do witches have to do with this? She's like, honestly, battler. It seems that my casual urging forward had slightly infuriated Maria. She glared at me with eyes that told me to let her explain without interrupting. Maria looked like she was having fun telling me, so I decided not to interrupt.
10月と11月の狭間は生と死が最も近くなる。
In the interval between October and November, life and death become the closest they ever will.
ケルト人たちはこの時期に聖者の世界と死者やこの世ならざる者の世界が最も近づき、
The Celts believed that this was the time when the world of the living was at its closest to that of the dead, and those not of this world.
異界の住人たちがたくさん訪れると信じてたの。
And when they would be visited by many inhabitants of the other world.
日本でいうお盆みたいなものだよ。
It was like the Bon Festival in Japan. At the time, the people believed that the souls returning to the physical world would go into people's houses or possess people to do bad things. So in order to avoid harm from them, the people invented protective rituals. One of those was to imitate creepy monsters and scare the souls instead, which was apparently a way to avoid being possessed. Wait, shit, I didn't think the stream elements would activate. I'm sorry. Okay, so sorry. Before stream, when I was trying to figure out all this shit and I was like waiting on something, I was looking at stream elements, right? And I was looking at the sponsorships. Because I haven't done one in a while, and then I thought, well, I'm probably like, I've never played Genshin Impact, but I know a lot of people who do. Maybe I should take this. And There wasn't a lot of spots left, so I thought maybe I should take it now. I don't know, but then I didn't think the bot would start right away. If that gets annoying, let me know. No, maybe I can temporarily pause it until I like formally announce that I'm doing that. Let's see. Sorry, just checking. Timers, there we go. Okay, I got it. Okay, I'm gonna get my shit together, and then I'll be like, let the bot run as it should. Anyway. One of those was to imitate creepy monsters and scare the souls instead, which was apparently a way to avoid being possessed.
その部分がお祭りになっていって仮装行列になってったんだな。
So that part became a festival, which turned into a costume parade.
マリアは本当に物知りだぜ。
Maria's really knowledgeable.
ほんまやな。
Ain't it the truth?
わしもハロウィンに備えな言われがあるなんて知らんかったわ。
Even I never knew Halloween had such a history.
しかし、それのどこにお菓子をくれなきゃいたずらしちゃうぞってのが出てくるんだ
But where did the whole trick-or-treat thing come from? Her knowledge was so extensive that the adults had started listening in too at some point. Maria, who was normally always treated like the youngest, puffed out her chest in pride. Rosa tried to say this was just a kid's story and that she wanted to quickly break up the circle and set the luggage down in the guest house, but nobody else agreed, and she let out a heavy sigh.
トリックオアトリートは単なるお遊び。
Ooh, trick or treat is just for
本
fun.
来のケルト人たちの儀式とは何の関係もない。
It has nothing to do with what was originally a Celtic
そ
ceremony.
れは後にキリスト教の習慣が混合してできたものなの。
That was created later when Christian customs were mixed
で
in.
もマリアは本来のハロウィンの姿とはそうあるべきだと思うの。
But I think that Halloween should be that way. According to Maria, the souls of the dead weren't the only ones who visited from the world of the non-human. There were also spirits that had an intimate connection to how people lived. It was because humans received the favors of those spirits that they were able to earn a wonderful blessing and a year's worth of good crops.
つまりハロウィンってのは収穫祭の意味も少しはあったわけか。
So in other words, Halloween was also a bit of a harvest festival?
なるほどな。
Maria's like, it's not authentic, but I like it, so it's okay. Yeah, that is cute. Also, she looks so at peace right now. I see.
言われてみりゃ、10月ってのは季節的にもいろいろ節目って気がするぜ。
Now you mention it, I get the feeling that October is a turning point in various ways seasonally
日本
too.
の4月のちょうど反対側だもんな。
I mean, it's exactly on the other side of the year to Japan's April.
なるほど。霧はいいかもしれねえな。
Yeah, that might be a good place to mark it. Like, in Japan, the school year starts in April, so it's like, whoa, new beginnings, you know. So, he's like, yeah, I can see that. That's the beginnings, and October's the endings, you know.
そしてね、 魔女たちはね、その時期に魔女集会サバトを開いたの。
And, you know, the witches, they held a coven during that time called a Sabbath.
魔女たちは豊かな恵みをもたらしてくれた精霊たちに感謝し、ねぎらったの。
The witches would thank the spirits that gave out blessings of prosperity and reward them.
ハロウィンの仮装は向こうから来る客人たちの模倣。
Halloween costumes are an imitation of the visitors from the other side. So yeah, next time you see a sexy nurse or like Ghostface from Scream, those are the the spirits waiting on the other side who could come over at any time.
つまり彼らにお菓子を施すのは一年の収穫への感謝の気持ちがあってもいいわけだね。
So then, the reason we give candy to them must be because of a feeling that they should be thanked for the yearly harvest.
ジョージお兄ちゃんの言う通り。
Ooh, just like George Oni-chan says.
つまりハロウィンはこの世とあの世の交流のある時期ってわけなんだな。
So Halloween is a time when this world and that world intermingle? Oops, 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 I accidentally went backwards again.
ジョージお兄ちゃんの言う。
つまりハロウィンはこの世とあの世の交流のある時期ってわけなんだな。それでつまり魔女たちにとってはそういう世界の客人たちと交流できる大切な機会だったと。
So, in other words, it's a precious opportunity for witches to interact with visitors from that world. Wait a second. Wait a second. It's October right now! And this is... Oh, shit. So, that's why Kinzo was setting this up so that the family meetings were in October rather than like August or whatever godforsaken month Eva wanted, because that's the time when this world will be closest to the witches, and that's when enough people are gonna be on the island at the same time to have the sacrifices. It's when the family meeting is purposefully set around the time when the human world and the world of the dead and of spirits and of witches will be the closest. Oh, okay.
そう言いたいわけか?
Is that what you want to say?
バトラの言う通り。
Oh, just like Battler says. Stella, you better not cause any mischief.
だからね。
So you know what?
だからね。
So you know what?
魔女たちや悪魔たちの力が最も活発で盛んになるのが10月なの。
October is the time when the power of witches and demons is at its most vigorous and prosperous. So y'all better watch out, because you're about to get murdered by like demon steaks and Beatrice.
きっとベアトリーチェも来てくれる。
I'm sure Beatrice will come too.
そしてね、一緒にマシュマロお菓子食べて、マリアも黄金鏡に連れてってもらうの。
She was on about this, but she just got here, right? Beatrice wouldn't have had an opportunity. But wait, Maria already knows about the epitaph, because the epitaph has been up for years. So that's why she's talking about the Golden Land. Oh. So basically, last time when Beatrice approached her, she really did not need much convincing. And And then we'll eat the marshmallow candies together, and she'll take me to the Golden Land with
一緒
her.
に魔法の歌を歌って魔法の呪文を習って魔法陣の書き方を習うの。
We'll sing magical songs together, learn magic spells together, learn how to draw magic circles together.
そしてね、ルーンの秘密を習って早くマリアを
Not
立
the
派な魔女にしてもらうの。
not the text box starting to cover Maria's face. And then I'm going to learn the secrets of runes and become a great witch really, really quickly.
あらあら、それは素敵ね。
This ominous wind, man. My, isn't that
子供
wonderful?
は夢があるのが一番よ。
It's best for kids to have dreams.
ところでローザ、
By the way, Rosa.
マリアちゃんは今年でいくつになったんだったかしら？
Eva, don't start. You stop that. By the way, Rosa, how old did Maria-chan turn this year again?
マリア、もうそのお話は終わりにしなさい。
Maria, that's enough of that topic.
気にしないでローザさん。
Don't worry about it, Rosa. Rosa-san.
女の子なら誰だって一度は思い描く夢じゃない。
It's a dream that any girl has at one time or another.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much.
でももうマリアはそういう年を卒業していますので。
But Maria has already outgrown that age.
こら、やめなさいと言ってるでしょ。
Hey, I'm telling you to stop. Rosa scolded Maria, trying to shut her up before her cheery discussion about black magic earned her the snickers of the relatives. Thanks, adults.
へえ、
Wow,
そいつはなんだかスケールのでかい話だな。
that's a pretty large-scale dream.
ところでベアトリーチェって誰だっけ？
Right, they didn't have the discussion on the boat. Because the shrine is gone. The shrine, the first time when they were passing in on the boat was how they were talking about Beatrice the first time. But they didn't have that discussion this time because Shannon destroyed it. Ooh, so now he's like, oh yeah, what was Beatrice about? By the way, who is Beatrice again? You forgot about how you devoted your entire soul to not believing in her and swore she was your enemy forever. You forgot about that?
なんだっけ？聞いた名前だな。
What was it? I've heard that one before. Battler had been gone for 6 years and had completely forgotten about the legend of the Rokenjima witch. However, when he said that he didn't know Beatrice's name, Maria's mood, which had been so bright until just now, became sour in an instant. When he saw that, Battler immediately remembered that it was the name of the witch of this island, but the damage had been done. Until Maria's mood improved, many mysterious and fabulous episodes regarding the Golden Witch were drilled into his brains. Now he can't help but know. That is enough, Maria.
ありがとうね、バトラ君。お話に付き合ってくれて。
Thank you, Battler-kun, for going along with her
カノン君、
stories.
お仕事があるんでしょ？
Kanon-kun, don't you have work to
もう
do?
行ってちょうだい。
Please leave
ゴーダ
now.
さん、みんなとりあえず荷物を置きたがってると思うの。
Goda-san, I think everyone wants to set down their bags for the time
悪いんだけ
being.
ど、みんなをゲストハウスへ案内してくれるかしら。
Sorry, but could you guide everyone to the guest house?
かしこまりました。
Certainly.
それでは皆様、ゲストハウスへご案内いたします。
Well then, everyone, I will guide you to the guest house.
それでは失礼いたします。
Then if you will excuse me. Led by Goda, the relatives headed off in the direction of the guest house. Their minds on setting down their luggage and taking a quick rest, they didn't notice that Rosa and Maria had stayed in the same spot. No! Go with them! After watching them leave towards the guest house, Rosa's features changed suddenly. She let go with the hand that had been gripping Maria's arm the whole time. There was a bright red mark there, making it clear how much excessive force she had been gripping Maria's slender arm with. No! Ah! No! Why? This is excessive, okay? The adults hardly said anything. That hand then smacked Maria over the head and pulled her left ear up into the air, pinching it sharply.
魔女の話はするなといつも言ってるでしょうが。
I'm always telling you not to talk about witches.
それはママとの約束だといつも言っているでしょ。
Haven't I always said that was our promise together?
ママ痛いママ痛い
Mama, it hurts! Mama, it hurts! It hurts! It hurts! It hurts!
ハロウィンハロウィンうるさいのよあんたは。
Halloween, Halloween, do you ever stop?
魔女のお祭り？
A witch festival?
ケルト人が何よ、黒魔術が何よ、バカじゃないの。
Who cares about the Celts? Who cares about black magic? Are you an idiot?
あんた9歳よ9歳。
You are 9 years old. 9!
電車であんなに騒ぐから、わざわざ電車降りてまでその蛍光塗料みたいな気持ち悪いお化けマシュマロを買ってやったのよ。
Because you made that ruckus in the train, I had to go to all the trouble of getting off and buying you those disgusting monster marshmallows that look like they have fluorescent paint on them.
遅刻してまであんたに買ってやったのよ。
We were even late because I bought them for you.
あんた、どこまで私の顔を潰せば気が済むのよ。
How much more will you have to embarrass me before you're satisfied? As Rosa cursed, she twisted Maria's ear up, making it seem like it was going to snap off. An expression of anguish spread across Maria's face, and she stood on her tiptoes as though her life depended on it, trying to soften the pain on the ear that was being pulled. Rosa suddenly stole the candy that Maria had been holding in her hand. No! No, 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 no! Oh god, this is so excessive. Then she threw it on the ground and stepped on it over and over. To Maria, it was supposed to be proof of her memory of that span of time, however brief, when she had enjoyed going shopping with her mother. But it was being trampled by that very same mother. Maria, Rosa, this is traumatizing. Fuck. It was as though a brand was being pushed against Maria's eyes, leaving a mark that couldn't be erased. Yeah, it's traumatizing. What the fuck? Rosa? So excessive.
こんな気持ち悪いお菓子が何よ。気持ち悪い気持ち悪い。
Who cares about this disgusting candy? Disgusting! Disgusting!
あんたがそんなんだから。あんたがそんなんだから。
This is why! You see? This is why!
気持ち悪い気持ち悪い気持ち悪い
Disgusting! 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 She struck Maria's head over and over again with her palm as she spoke. She didn't hit Maria's face because the red swelling would stand out. Ah! Ah! Maria closed her eyes tightly, patiently bearing her mother's violence. No, that wasn't quite it.
帰ってきてママ帰ってきてママ
Come back, Mama! Come back, Mama!
助けてママ助けてママ
Save me, Mama! Save me, Mama!
悪い魔女に打ち勝って
Beat the bad witch! She kept bearing it, muttering that over and over. Will you listen?
その魔女ってのをやめろっつってんのよ。
I told you to stop saying witch!
このから
You little... you... Rosa's shoulders shook as she breathed, tired from hitting. Maria grasped her hands together, withstanding it, hoping her mother would come back quickly.
早く帰ってきて。
Mama, come back quickly.
マリアを助けてよ、ママ。
Save me, Mama.
悪い魔女をやっつけてよ。
Finish off the bad witch.
いつまでもそこでそうしていなさい。
Why don't you just stay there doing that forever?
そしてそこで魔女でもハロウィンでもいつまでもブツブツ一人で言ってればいいのよ。
And then you can just stand there, mumbling about witches and Halloween forever. After throwing those words at Maria, Rosa went off towards the guest house, leaving Maria behind. Maria, unable even to remember that it was all right to cry, kept staring down. Yep, you're back just in time for child abuse. Holy shit. So excessive. Kept staring down at the trampled, unrecognizable jack-o'-lantern candy. Oh, Rosa.
どこ行ってたの？
Where did you go?
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry.
バラが素敵だったものでついつい。
The roses were so wonderful, I got a bit carried away.
ローザ、早く荷物を置いてこいよ。
Rosa, go set your luggage down quickly.
兄貴んとこへ挨拶に行こうぜ。
We're going to greet Aniki.
ん
Hmm?
マリアちゃんはどうしたんや？
What happened to
まだ
Maria-chan?
花壇におるんかいな。
Is she still by the flower beds?
ええ、
Yes.
気に入ったバラがあるみたいで世話をするって言って聞かなくて。
It looks like there was a rose she liked, and she said she wanted to look after it and wouldn't
し
listen.
ばらくは好きにさせることにしました。
I decided to let her do what she wants for a while.
女の子には女の子の世界があったことを私たちはたまに忘れるわ。
We sometimes forget that girls have their own little world.
時には尊重してあげないとね。
Yeah, Rudolph and Eva we're about to get so much money faces. Yeah, this is before the discussions, huh? Yeah, we're gonna go greet Rudolph, and we're about to go, try to extort so much money from him. I mean, they're about to go see Kraus. Sorry, they're like, we're about to go see Kraus, and we're about to put the squeeze on him. We sometimes we have to respect that, right? Right? Rosa, who just beat the shit out of her own little girl.
そうね。
That's right.
お気遣いをありがとう、キリエ姉さん。
Thank you for carrying Kirie-ne-san.
ゴーダさん、私たちの部屋はどこ？
Goda-san, where is our room?
ご案内いたします。こちらでございます。
I will guide you this
お荷
way.
物をお持ちいたしましょう。
Allow me to hold your luggage.
結構よ。
I'm fine. I can carry it
自
myself.
分で持てます。ありがとう。
Thank you. Rosa went into the room that Goda had guided her to. Closing the door somewhat violently, she threw her luggage on top of the bed. She got down on her knees in front of the bed and buried her face in it. For a while, Rosa made as if to shred the sheets with her fingernails, sobbing continually. Jeez.
マリア様、大丈夫ですか?
Maria-sama, are you all right? Kanon, who had been hiding behind a thicket, appeared after watching Rosa leave. Oh shit, so he saw the whole thing.
平気だよ。
I'm fine. Rosa really is kind of pathetic, huh? Whatever is going on with her is wild. Maria laughed unpleasantly, but to Kanon, who had seen the whole thing, it looked like she was enduring as best she could.
最低のやつだ。
She's a horrible person.
あれで母親なんて。
I can't believe that was a mother.
仕方ないよ。
It can't be helped.
その程度の器にはその程度のが入り込む。
Such pitiful things enter such pitiful vessels.
マリアは全然平気だよ。
You're talking about the witch that you think possessed her, right? I am just fine. Kanon got down on his knees and picked up the trampled candy. It was tragic just looking at it. Stella, don't. He thought about dusting it off and returning it to her, but really couldn't do so with it in that condition. As he was at a loss at what to do, he met eyes with Maria. No, they didn't meet. Maria was looking at the candy that Kanon had picked up. Right now, Maria's heart was surely the same as that trampled candy which had been crushed into a pulp. Kanon realized this, but he didn't know what he should do.
そうだ。
I know.
さっき僕がもらったのと交換してあげるよ。
I know. I'll exchange it for the one I received earlier. Oh, she trick-or-treated Kanon? Kanon remembered that an identical candy which he had received from Maria was in his pocket. Maria stuck out her hand. Kanon thought she was trying to accept it, so he held out the candy, but Maria didn't try to grasp it. Then Kanon realized she was asking him to give it back. No matter how tragic it was, the trampled candy was Maria's. Her mother had bought it for her. No matter how tragic, it had to be this candy. If only it could be made pretty again by dusting it off. Kanon hung his head.
僕には誇りを払う程度しかできない。
I can't do anything except dust it off.
ごめん。
Sorry. Kanon held out the miserable candy she wanted. Maria took it and spoke.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
人間には誇りしか払えないけど、魔女には元通りに直すことができるよ。
A human can't do anything except dust it off, but a witch can repair it to how it was.
ベアトリーチェなら簡単にね。
It would be easy for Beatrice.
マリア様はベアトリーチェ様のことをご存知なのですか?
Maria-sama, do you know about Beatrice-sama? There couldn't be anyone related to the Ushiromiya family who didn't know Beatrice's name, with Battler as an exception. But just now, Maria had told Battler about her proudly. She had spoken almost as though she had been meeting with Beatrice regularly. The inside of the fist Kanon made with his left hand hurt sharply. In the past, a witch called Beatrice had appeared and had tempted him and Shannon. He had always tried to make himself think it had been a bad dream. However, Shannon insisted that it had definitely been a real witch. And then, this summer, the shrine to the local Shinto god had been hit by lightning and had disappeared without a trace in the span of a single night. He had known that Shannon had broken the mirror, and he remembered too that upon the witch's departure, she had left him with the words that she would eventually be revived. And now, this girl who had no end of faith in Beatrice spoke as though she had met her. Kanon couldn't suppress a sense of something ominous welling up in his heart. For a while, Maria remained silent, as though she could see into Kanon's heart, as though she was waiting for his memory of Beatrice to come back to him. What the fuck? Then she spoke matter-of-factly. Oop, didn't mean to bump the mic.
マリアはね、ベアトリーチェとお友達なの。
You know, I am friends with Beatrice.
今日だって会って一緒に遊ぶよ。
I'm meeting her today too, to play.
遊びますか？
Play?
うん、
Yup,
遊ぶよ。
play.
一緒にね、魔法のお勉強をするの。
We're going to study magic together. The face of the witch, who Kanon had tried to pretend was a bad dream, began to slowly creep into the back of his mind.
お父様は研究で大変ご多忙と仰せです。
Father said he was extremely busy with his research.
残念ながら、こちらへはおいでになれないとのことです。
He said that, unfortunately, he will be unable to make an appearance.
やれやれ。
Come on.
こちとら秋の大忙しの中、日程をつけて、はるばる六軒島まで来てるんだぜ。
We've put this conference in our schedules and come all the way out to Rokkenjima during the very busy fall season.
親父も少しは愛想を良くしてもらいたいもんだぜ。
I wish Dad would act a little more sociable.
ほんとよね。
So true.
南條先生、
Dr. Nanjo,
本当に研究や機嫌の問題なの？
is it really a problem with his research and his mood?
ベッドから起き上がれないくらいに容体が悪いって言うんじゃないの？
He isn't already bedridden and unable to get up, right?
さて、どうでしょうかな。
Well, I wonder.
私の口からは何とも。
There's not much I can say. Nanjo glanced at Natsuhi, as though he wasn't qualified to disregard Natsuhi when he spoke on this topic.
お父様はますますにご健康でいらっしゃいます。
Father is healthier than ever.
寝たきりなどと失礼極まりない。
Calling him bedridden is the height of rudeness. Wait, so this time they don't have the whole, oh my god, you're gonna die at any moment thing going on? That's not part of the picture this time? Interesting.
でも余命3ヶ月なんでしょ
Okay, so okay, never mind. So that's still a thing. Okay. But he only has 3 months left to live, right?
普通に考えれば痩せ衰えてベッドからも起きられないはずよ。
Normally, wouldn't that mean that he'd be wasting away, unable to get out of bed?
でしょ南條先生
Right, Dr. Nanjo?
波の患者ならそうでしょうがな。
For a normal patient, that would probably be the
金
case.
蔵さんは並外れた気力をお持ちです。
But Kinzo-san has extraordinary willpower.
あの気迫にお迎えも恐れて近寄れないのかもしれませんな。
The force of his will may have even the Grim Reaper too terrified to approach.
それほどまでにお元気なら少なくとも安心ね。
If he's that energetic, then we can be at least a little reassured, right?
そこまで元気ならせめて挨拶くらいはさせてほしいもんなんだがな。
Although, if he's that energetic, I wish he'd at least allow us to greet him.
親族会議ってのは親父の顔を見に来たって意味なんだぜ。
Isn't the point of the family conference to come and see Dad's face?
これじゃ何のために来たのかわからねえぜ。
Now I don't know why the hell we came.
そう言うな。
Don't say that.
いればいたで心が休まらないといつもぼやくのだろうが。
If he were here, you would complain the whole time about how you couldn't relax.
兄弟一同水入らずで今年も全員欠けることなく集まれたことを喜ぼうじゃないかね。
I say we should celebrate that all of us siblings are here together as a family again this year, as we were the last, without even one of us missing.
昨年の親族会議でも会えなかったのよ。
You realize we couldn't meet him at the last year's family conference either. Oh wait, I think that's new. That's pretty funny. They didn't even see Kinzo at all last year.
血を分けた子供たちが2年ぶりに挨拶したいというのがどうして理解してもらえないのかしら。
I wonder why we can't get him to understand that his children by blood want to see him after 2 years.
挨拶の言葉があるのでしたら私どもがお伝えします。
If you have words of greeting for him, I will tell him for you.
それともエヴァさん
Or Eva-san.
何かお父様にお会いして挨拶以上のお話でもあられるのですか？
Perhaps you had something other than a greeting you wanted to discuss with father?
いやね、何の話よもう。
Come on, what are you talking about? Sheesh.
予算かエヴァ。
Give it a rest, Eva.
夏井さん、カニンな。
Natsui-san, forgive
エヴァ
us.
も娘としてお父さんの病状が不安なだけなんや。
Eva's just concerned about father's condition as his daughter.
ちょいと気持ちを汲み取ってな。
Please understand her feelings a bit.
その通りだな。
That's right.
エヴァは親父殿が余命を宣告されてから急に親孝行をするようになったじゃないか。
Eva, how suddenly you've become respectful to father since he was told how long he has left.
なるほど。その姿をぜひ見てもらいたいという気持ちもわからなくない。
Yes, I can just about understand why you might be desperate to see him.
何が言いたいのよ。
What exactly are you implying?
よせよ姉貴。
Go ahead, Aneki.
晩飯までには機嫌を直してくれるよう祈ろうじゃねえか。
Why don't we pray that his mood will improve by dinner?
それに俺たちは到着したばかり。
And we've just
ま
arrived.
ずは軽く挨拶に訪れただけだぜ。
And anyway, we only came to give a light
親
greeting.
族会議は親父抜きだってできる。
We can hold the family conference even without Dad.
いや、兄弟で意見を統一してからじゃなきゃ話せねえことだっていろいろあるはずだぜ。
No, there should even be a few things that we can't talk to him about until we form a unified opinion.
秀吉兄さん、
Right, Hideyoshi Nissan?
そうや
Yep,
ルドルフ君の言う通りや
just as Rudolph-kun says.
わしらが全員顔を揃えるのは年に一度しかない
We can only gather our faces here once a
貴
year.
重な時間を大事にし汚い話し合いをせんといかん
We've got to value this precious time we've got and talk together frankly. Even though the tea hadn't even come yet, they were very strong-minded.
でもその前に本家の素晴らしい調度品に囲まれた客間で
But before that, I wonder if we have enough leeway to enjoy some black tea at our
の
leisure,
んびりと紅茶を楽しむゆとりがあってもいいんじゃないかしら
surrounded by the wonderful furnishings of the mansion's parlor. Kirie's words seemed to hold some slight admonishment towards all of the people gathered in that place. She's like, oh my god, everyone chill. Can we just drink some tea and like chill? They all understood, and as they cleared their throats and straightened their neckties, the atmosphere in the room returned to normal for a moment. Kirie here giving a vibe check. Excuse me,
お茶をお持ちいたしました。
I have brought some tea.
よーシャノンちゃん
Hey, Shannon-chan!
ますますべっぴんさんになったな
You just keep getting prettier and prettier. Shannon entered the parlor, pushing the serving cart. Everyone decided to slowly enjoy some black tea for the time being. A wonderful aroma began to spread throughout the parlor. Looking at that scene, it would have been impossible to guess the strained atmosphere which had been there until right before Shannon had entered. Of course, Shannon, who was setting out the tea, probably didn't even notice. Kirie made a gesture that seemed to laugh at everyone's adult appearance. Rudolph didn't like it when Kirie took the initiative and spoke at the family conference. Well, too bad! It was his worthless male pride. Yup! He probably didn't want to look like a weak man taking his wife's advice. She understood that and was doing her best to refrain from saying anything necessary. They're just keeping it to the bedroom. So she separated herself from the circle of siblings, which was good-natured only in appearance, and slowly enjoyed her tea near the window.
あらローザさん
Oh, Rosa-san.
兄弟で水入らずなのでは
I thought all you siblings were having a friendly discussion together?
ご冗談を
You were joking.
ごめんなさい気を悪くしないで
Sorry, don't take it the wrong way.
うちの夫に呆れてるだけだから
I'm just rolling my eyes at my husband. It seemed that Rosa hadn't been able to keep up the charade of amicability. They had come here to fight bloodily and dirtily, each trying to steal the inheritance from the others. She probably didn't want to pretend to be fellow conspirators at this stage. Or maybe she was still much too inexperienced for that.
だいぶ風が出てきているようですね
It looks like the wind has started blowing hard out there.
枝葉があんなに揺れて
The plants are all shaking so much.
もう台風が近くまで来ているのでしょうね
The typhoon has probably already come fairly close. Kirie having to be held back by 1980s sexism because she's too OP and would have solved every mystery, stopped every crime, and saved all the orphans from a fire, etc. Really a shame they nerfed her. So true. Kirie has been nerfed. So true. Oh my god. Kirie would have kicked everybody's ass if she had only been unleashed at her full potential.
今夜あたりからはだいぶ降るのかしら。
I wonder if it will rain a lot tonight. I mean, I feel like a lot of rain typically comes with typhoons.
マリアちゃん、この1年で随分立派になりましたね。
Maria-chan really has grown a lot this past year.
そう見えます。
Does it look that way?
未だに自分のお洋服を畳むことすらできないんですよ。
She still can't even fold her own clothing yet.
ええ。
Yes!
こんなにも愛情たっぷりなお母さんと一緒なんですもの。
It's because she has such an affectionate mother.
心の豊かな子に成長しますよ。
She'll grow into a girl who's rich in heart. Rosa was silent. Yeah, affectionate mother. Uh-huh. Maybe she was unsure as to how Kirie meant that.
私なんて
Me?
母親失格ですよ。
I'm not fit to be a mother.
子に生まれる親は選べない。
Children can't choose their parents.
あの子がかわいそうで。
That poor girl. Yeah, I'm not sure either, Rosa. Yeah, for real.
お互い様じゃないですか。
Doesn't that go both
親だっ
ways?
て生まれる子は選べない。
A parent can't choose what kind of child is born either. Rosa bit her lower lip.
どちらが悪いとかじゃなくて、
It isn't a matter of who's at fault.
一緒に生きていくんだという気持ちで、ゆっくり成長を見守ってあげればいいじゃないですか。
You just need to have the mindset of going through life together with her and slowly watch over her as she grows up. Finally, somebody actually saying something like wise about... Finally, somebody saying the right things to Rosa, but is Rosa gonna take it? I feel like things are probably a little too fucked up, but let's see.
ローザさんは毎日をマリアちゃんと過ごしてるから、小さな変化に気づかないかもしれないけれど、
Rosa-san, you spend every day with Maria-chan, so you probably don't notice the gradual changes.
1年ぶりに再会した私たちには、その大きな成長ぶりがよくわかりますよ。
But the rest of us, who have been reunited with her after a year, really understand that she's grown up a lot.
もし本気で言ってくれてるならありがとうございます。
If you mean that sincerely, then thank you very much.
それでは失礼いたします。
Then, if you'll excuse me,
ご用がありましたらいつでもお呼びつけください。
if there is anything you desire, please call for it at any time. Shannon bowed politely and left the room. After Hideyoshi and Rudolph watched her go with turned heads, the atmosphere in the room began to revert back to what it had been right before Shannon had visited us. Oh, of course. Also, you know what I noticed? Shannon and Natsuhi both have better confidence this time than they did last time. I mean, obviously we know why Shannon has more confidence, but but does this imply that Natsuhi kind of had a similar conversation with Kinzo as last time right before he died? I wonder.
お父様がいらっしゃられないなら、それはそれでできる話もあるというものよ。
If father is unable to be here, that in itself opens up the opportunity for some certain topics.
ねえ、ルドルフ。
Right, Rudolph?
ああ、
Yes, that's right.
そうだね。俺たちははるばるここまで埃の匂いがする紅茶を飲みに来たわけじゃねえぜ。
We didn't come all the way out here just to drink some dusty tea, you know.
よかろう。
Very well.
1秒を争ってお前たちがしたいという話を聞こうじゃないか。
Why don't we hear this topic that you're scrambling to get to?
やれやれ。
My,
た
my.
くましい人たちね。
Those people sure are
早
strong-minded.
速始めたわ。
They really started fast.
私も加わらないといけないわ。
I must join in as well.
あの人たち、私が主張しないと4人兄弟であることをすぐ忘れるから。
If I don't assert myself, they'll quickly forget that there are 4 of us siblings.
あなたも大変ね。
It can't be easy for you
ち
either.
ょっと言葉を選ばなかったかしら。
Maybe I didn't choose my words
ご
well.
めんなさい。
I'm sorry.
気にしてません。
No, I don't mind.
こちらこそごめんなさい。
I'm the one who should be apologizing.
私たち互いに娘を持つ母
Wait, what?
親同士なんだ
Kirei
から
has a daughter?
もっと
Wait.
交流しなきゃいけないのに。
Wait. Kirie has a daughter? Is that from another marriage? Wait. Battler, why aren't you telling me about your half-sister? Or your stepsister, sorry. Battler? Who's your stepsister? We're both mothers with daughters, apparently. So really, we should have more of these conversations.
いつも会えば変な話ばかりで。
Oh, Ange? She got mentioned in episode 1. It must have been like the briefest of moments. I completely forgot. It must have been like... So Ange? I mean, I've seen like little pictures of Ange before, but I didn't realize that was like Kirie's daughter. Can't wait to find out more about that. We're both mothers with daughters, so really we should have more of these conversations. But every time we meet, we talk about something strange. She was sick? So she can't come? Oh. God, why am I not remembering this at all? Maybe it was like the briefest of moments that they mentioned this. But every time we meet, we talk about something strange.
この屋敷の空気のせいよ。
That's the fault of the atmosphere in this mansion. It's like 2 lines in the airport of episode 1. Very throwaway. Alright. That sounds about right. That's sounding vaguely familiar, but I still don't remember like exactly what they said. But it's starting to ring some bells. Alright. That's the fault of the atmosphere in this
こ
mansion.
この空気を嗅ぐと、いっつも私たちはギスギスし合ってるもの。
Once we breathe in this air, everyone gets so strained. So it's very stuffy in there, huh?
ローザさんとは親族会議じゃない席で一度ゆっくりお茶でも飲みたいわ。
Well, I do remember the dead Ushinomiya grandma, but again, it's kind of impossible not to notice her absence, right? Absence, no pun intended, alright. Just once, I want to drink a nice long cup of tea with you, Rosa-san, when we aren't attending a family conference. You know what? Kirie and Rosa should get fucking blackout drunk, honestly. I think Rosa needs it. Rosa and Kirie just need to get drunk at a bar or something. Or they just have a little party at Kirie's domicile. I don't know if she lives in an apartment or they've got a house in Tokyo or what, but and just get smashed.
銀座に行きつけの素敵な喫茶店があるの。
Rosa needs a lot of things. Yeah, I'm getting that impression, but she's still, I feel like, one of the most mysterious. She's like the most mysterious sibling in a lot of ways, so This is gonna be interesting. They totally have a nice house. Yeah, I'm sure they do. But I wonder, like, what kind of house is it? Because, you know, Tokyo being a huge city, it could look like a lot of different things. You know, Stella, don't. Okay, anyway. There's a wonderful coffee shop in Ginza, which is a favorite of mine.
ぜひ今度招待させて。
Please let me invite you sometime soon. Yeah, Ginza is the old fancy part of Tokyo.
ありがとう、キリエさん。
Thank you, Kirie-san.
その時はぜひ。
That sounds good. They should get alcohol.
いやね。
How horrible.
急に空が暗くなってきたわ。
The sky's suddenly gotten dark.
まるでこの部屋の人たちが天気を悪くしてるみたい。
It's almost as though the people in this room have made the weather worse.
もうゴロゴロ鳴ってるわ。
There's already thunder.
あら、
Oh?
ぽつりと来たかしら。
Do I see the first signs of rain? Huh? There really were small splashes of rain on the glass of the parlor window. It seemed that the weather had gotten worse faster than they had expected. Just then, a silent thunderbolt struck inside Rosa's head, and she remembered that her beloved child was in the rose garden. And boy, am I getting deja vu. At least she didn't, like, collapse and have a power nap. A normal girl would think about going into the house if the weather got bad. But Maria was different. She would sometimes become stubborn and wouldn't move no matter whether rain or even spears fell from the sky. Oh, good to know that Maria would lose right away during that part of Undertale. That's right. I told that kid, just stay there doing that forever, didn't I? Oh no! At the small exclamation, everyone in the room, oh fuck, everyone in the room, everyone turned to look at Rosa.
なんだ、どうしたんだね。
What? What happened?
ごめんなさい。ちょっと表に行ってきます。
I'm sorry. I'm going outside for a second.
すぐ戻ります。
I'll be right back.
なんだなんだ。どうしたってんだあいつ。
What? What's going on with her? Seriously.
いいじゃない。すぐ戻るわよ。
Doesn't matter. She'll be right back. Stella, come on.
それより始めたら
Why don't we just get started
私たちの本題。
with our main topic? Stella's rubbing the mic stand if you guys hear noise. Good idea.
ローザ抜きでも進められる話よ。
We can move that on even without Rosa.
話を戻しましょう。
Let's return to the matter at hand. Rosa dashed from the entrance hall into the rose garden. When she opened the door, the wind that hit her was too strong to be called a breeze, and told her that the typhoon was approaching faster than she had thought. Just as Kirie had said, small droplets of rain were mixed in with the wind. There was also the low rumble of thunder. It could start raining any time. Rosa headed for the rose garden. She headed for the place where she had scolded Maria a short while ago. It was almost lunchtime. The children had been told that they could just come to the mansion at lunchtime, so they were probably in the guest house waiting to be called. Even if Maria didn't come, they would surely think that I had taken her to the mansion with me and wouldn't worry much. After all, she was with her mother, so there shouldn't have been anything to worry about. Except I was here and had thrown my daughter into the worsening weather outside all alone. Maria! Are you here? If It really was, as I thought. She was standing, stock still, exactly the same way she had been, in the place where I'd scolded her. Yes, this is earlier than episode 1. It was like nighttime, and it was really storming last time. So actually, this is a less bad fuck up, except, you know, all of the, I think she was a little nastier with the abuse this time. She was nastier with the verbal abuse this time. I think she might have slapped... I think she might have slapped Maria worse in episode 1. But, so yeah, it's still bad, but the leaving her out in the rain was worse in episode 1 because she fucking fell asleep and then woke up and it was nighttime and storming and she was like, oh fuck, you know. So she's like, oh Maria, where are you? And she doesn't remember that she fucked up even worse than last time. Exactly the same way she had been in the place where I'd scolded her. Held in her hand was the candy that I had bought, given her, and then stepped on and crushed. With that gripped in her hand, she had been standing there as the strong wind whipped her hair about, tormenting her. Why did Kanon try to, like, invite her in? Like, where'd Kanon go? I'm sorry! I'm sorry! Sorry, Maria! Forgive Mama!
Mama,
Okaeri? Mama's back. The thing isn't possessing her anymore. Oh, Jesus. Ooh, Mama, welcome back.
マリア、ママが帰ってくるのずっと待ってた。
I waited a long time for you to come back, Mama.
怖い魔女につねられたけど、我慢してママが帰ってくるの泣かずに待ってた。
Got pinched by the scary witch, but held out and waited for Mama to come back without crying.
Maria, Mama を許して。Mama を許して。
Maria, forgive Mama. Forgive Mama.
ママは悪くないの。
It's not your fault, Mama. Yes, it is.
また悪い魔女に取りつかれただけなの。
You were just possessed by a bad witch again.
だから平気。
So I'm fine. Kanon doing Kanon things? I mean, I'm sure he has a schedule and stuff he needs to do, but it seems weird to just leave Maria out there unless she insisted she wasn't moving from that spot, which probably happened, but we didn't, you know, see that.
ママ大好き。
Love you, Mama.
愛してる。
I love you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
悪い魔女に負けた。ママを許して。
Mama lost to the bad witch. Forgive me. Rosa buried her face in Maria's small chest, crying and begging forgiveness. And those tears dripped down again, as they had countless times before. If only the brilliant sun had been shining on the two of them, all of their cares would have evaporated, and they would have felt like they could begin anew. As fucked as their relationship is, you like how it's written, you think it's really well done. Yeah, I think it's even though, like, I haven't experienced this kind of relationship firsthand, fortunately, I think from observations, this seems to be pretty realistic, right? So in that way, it's impressive, but also, yeah, this is like so sad. And I know I don't know all the information yet, so it seems so unnecessary too, but I guess all abuse is unnecessary. For some reason, Rosa is so rigid and isn't asking for help. However, what surrounded the two of them was the worsening weather. The strong winds mixed in with the sound of thunder were saddening. Rosa noticed the sound of Maria sniffling. Oh, she went all that time without crying, and now she's crying. If she stood exposed... Oh, sniffling like mucus is coming up in her nose because of all the wind blowing around? Yeah. Obviously, Ryukishi has a fair amount of experience from his previous job, so it comes off scarily believable. Yeah, that's what I heard, that a lot of his child writing and child abuse kind of writing comes from a lot of life experience, because he used to be like in childcare or social work, right? If she stood exposed to the wind for too long, she would probably catch a cold. So, Maria. It will be lunch very soon. Come back to the mansion with Mama. Ooh, I'm not coming. Why? Rosa thought that Maria had already forgiven her, so she never imagined she would refuse. But that expression on Maria's face didn't look like that of a child resisting her mother. So Rosa wasn't able to understand why Maria wanted to stand still in the rose garden pointlessly as the weather grew even worse. Maria answered that question. I knew it! It's Beatrice! She'll come really soon. So I'm waiting. Rosa started to say something, faltered, and then fell silent. I would say, let's wait for Beatrice inside, is what I would say. They had just gone to great lengths to make up with each other. She chose her words carefully, trying to get Maria to come with her to the mansion without denying the witch outright. Beatrice is coming? Really? Okay, good. Okay, this is the play, Rosa. Let's go. Then, instead of waiting here, why don't we wait in the mansion? If you stay in this wind too long, you'll catch a cold. She'll come! Beatrice will come! And when she does, I'll give a candy to her. I'll do trick or treat. I'll give her a jack-o'-lantern marshmallow candy and say Happy Halloween. Maria pulled yet another sweet out of her handbag, moaning, ooh, ooh. Rosa was bewildered, not knowing what to do as Maria started being difficult again. Just then, there was a sudden and massive roar of thunder. It was probably a sign that Beatrice is coming! A sign that indicated this island had become closed off by the storm and detached from common sense and reality. Therefore, as of this moment, all common sense would no doubt be useless. The wind blew even stronger, and in the middle of a blizzard of scattered rose petals, a figure. Oh shit! Hello? Hello? A figure appeared, leaving Rosa momentarily unable to imagine that this was a scene from reality. Oh shit, dog. No, probably it was. It had to be fantastical, because that figure was shaped like... So that's where their schoolgirl... That's where that schoolgirl uniform in the painting is from.
A test of your reflexes!
For real? Where did the clothes come from? Beatrice! Beatrice! Maria dashed over to the figure. Normally, Rosa would scold her daughter if she dashed over to a complete stranger. But Rosa forgot about that, unable to do anything but stand there shocked. I mean, Rosa, you've seen the painting. Is she really a stranger?
久しぶりよ。
It's been a while.
元気であったか?
Have you been in good health?
マリアは元気。
Oh, I'm in good health. Beatrice in that, not in that outfit, you don't. Yeah, slay me. Yeah.
魔女は風邪をひかない。
Witches don't catch colds.
魔女は呪いにて風邪をひかせはするが、自らが引いてはなんとも間抜けな話よ。
Witches make people catch colds with curses, but how foolish would it be if they caught one themselves?
せいぜい自らが風邪をひくことなどないよ。これからも精進するがいい。
You should focus your energies on ensuring that you do not catch a cold yourself. She patted Maria's head as she said this, smiling roguishly. Rosa couldn't have known the name of the woman who was happily spoiling Maria. However, Maria had called to her in the beginning when she had appeared. Therefore, even though Rosa had never met her, and even though she hadn't named herself, Rosa was able to learn her name. However, that name held a special meaning on Rokkenjima and in the Ushiromiya family. There's no way something so stupid could...
ベアトリーちゃん、ハッピーハロウィン。
Beatrice! Happy Halloween!
ほら、買ったの。
Look! Bought
ベ
these!
アトにもあげる。
You can have one too!
うん、ハッピーハロウィン。
Happy Halloween. Happy Halloween in January, everybody. Gravy! Hello! Happy New Year and Happy Halloween, apparently.
ほう、これをわらわにとは。
This may seem cute, but this situation is very complicated. Oh, for me, you say.
天国にも地獄にも行けず、煉獄の闇にてさまよう男の唯一の明かりも、こうして歌手となれば実に可愛らしいことよ。
Even the single and only light given to a man lost in the darkness of purgatory, unable to go to heaven or hell, looks truly charming when made into a candy like this. Oh, Mr. Jack of Lantern.
人の世とも 人ならざる者との世とも切り離された今のこの島で
Right now, on this island that has been cut off, both from the world of humans and the world of non-humans,
これほどふさわしい歌詞はないかもしれぬな
there may be no suite more suitable. We're in purgatory, bitches.
んマリアそれはどうしたのか
Maria, what has happened here? The witch noticed the sweet that Maria was grasping. It was Maria's candy, which had been stomped on by Rosa and had taken on a pitiful shape. Cackle, cackle, I know. It's so...
おお、踏んづけて潰れちゃった。
stepped on and smashed.
ベアトは元に戻せる？
Can you return it to normal, Beto? Maria deliberately didn't say that it was her mother who had stepped on it. Because she loves her mother. She doesn't want her mother to be smote by a witch. Maria's such a sweet kid. She doesn't tell on her mom so she won't get in trouble. I know, right? She doesn't want her mom to be turned into a toad and cursed. I know, Maria. Oh. However, when the witch saw the candy, for some reason she looked at Rosa and grinned. Yeah, of course Beatrice knows exactly what happened to it. A chill went down Rosa's spine, as though she felt that this gaze could see through every part of her. Yeah, girl. Shame, shame.
たやすいことよ
It will be easy.
春日よ
Give it to me. Maria held out the candy gleefully. Rosa could do nothing but watch this unfold, stunned. How could this person gloss over the fact that the candy was pitifully trampled in a way that could satisfy Maria? Maria looked as though she believed that it could be fixed as good as new. There was no way that could be done without real magic. Well, guess what?
これは見事に潰れているな
My, it is quite crushed, isn't it?
さあさあマリ
Come,
ア目を
Maria.
閉じて思い出してごらんなさい
Close your eyes and try to remember.
本当はあんなにも素敵なお菓子だったから
Because it really was that wonderful a candy.
思い出の中のお菓子はいつもふっくら
The candies in our memories are always full and fluffy.
だからあなたも思い出してごらんなさい
So you too must close your eyes and try to remember.
本当はどんなお菓子だったのか
What kind of candy was it really? Along with those strange words, spoken as though singing an improvised folk song, the witch threw the sweet into the air. What kind of candy? Maria had her eyes closed, just as the witch had told her, and was focused on remembering. The shape that the crushed candy had really been. I mean, it's easy to remember because she's got a whole bunch, right? Therefore, only Rosa. Who's that Pokemon? It's Pumpkaboo. Therefore, only Rosa saw that scene. The sweet, which had been thrown into the air, burst into a gold color. No! Those were golden butterflies. It's Jigglypuff from the top. It scattered into several golden butterflies, and they began to assemble in the witch's hand, held up to the sky. And when they had, unbelievably, the candy had returned to its beautiful original form, just like the time it had been bought. Only Rosa and the witch had watched that scene. Unable to understand the event that was occurring right in front of her eyes, Rosa stood with her mouth open, forgetting to shut it.
もう目を開けてよいぞ。
You may now open your
受け取る
eyes.
がよい。
Take it.
これでそなたの歌詞も元通りだ。
Now your sweet has returned to normal.
ベアトリーチェはいつもすごいすごい
Oh, Beatrice, you're always awesome! Awesome! There was a very bold contrast between Rosa's shocked appearance and Maria's innocently joyful one. Was that what the witch was laughing at? A smile floated to Beatrice's face, different from the one that she had shown Maria.
わらわの顔が何かに似ているというのか？
Does my face look familiar?
そうまじまじと見られては穴も開こうぞ。
If you stare so fixedly, you might burn a hole through it.
ごめんなさい。
Huh? I'm sorry. At those words, it hit Rosa strongly. Rosa knew her face. She knew it from the portrait of the witch. But no, wait, was this mystery woman really?
マリア、この歌詞の代わりに、そなたにはこれを与えよう。
Maria, I will give this to you in exchange for that sweet.
お手紙
Letter? Hey, now there is a witness to Beatrice giving the letter to Maria. Letter? The witch pulled a western envelope from her pocket and gave it to Maria. However, when Maria made to open it, the witch stopped her.
ならぬ。
You must not.
それを開けるときはすぐに訪れるが、それまで決して開けてはならぬ。
Hey, it's Alexi. The time will come soon to open it, but until then, you must not open it under any circumstances.
大事に持っているがよ
Take good care of it.
い。そなたを黄金鏡へいざなう招待状となろう。
It will become an invitation calling you to the Golden Land. Haven't seen you in a year, I know. Oh my goodness. Take good care of the envelope. I'll make sure to burn it. Well, if you manage to get your hands on it, I guess. Oh my god, it's been a year. I'm gonna say that to everybody.
黄金鏡
The Golden
連れ
Land!
てってくれるんだね
You're finally going to take me there!
大事にしまっておくのだぞ。
Take it and tuck it away safely.
誰にも見せてはならぬ。
You must not show it to anyone.
守る
Oh, promise! Oh god, you know, very unfortunately, her mother feels the same way. It's very sad. Oh, promise!
魔女との約束は絶対に守る
I always keep my promises with witches. No! Alexi, no! You don't know the half of it. It's real bad.
そしてこれはそなたへだ。
And this is for you. Huh?
私
Me? Hashtag Rosa did nothing wrong. I know Rosa's got fans, so that's why I'm real curious to see why she's got fans. She probably hadn't imagined that the witch would speak to her too. Rosa was bewildered by this second Western envelope which had been thrust before her. She remembered having seen that Western envelope before. Yeah, it's your dad's personal stationery. Hashtag Maria did nothing wrong? Why does that lady sound like she's a villain? Because she's the endless witch, the master of the island, about to be responsible for many deaths? Oh, what's this? Oh, I know. I was just pretty convinced that Maria was possessed, but I'm pretty sure she's not anymore. She remembered having seen that Western envelope before. There could be no mistake. It was Kinzo's special envelope, used when he wrote with his own hand and bearing the Ushiromiya crest. Moreover, it was sealed with red sealing wax, and further still, it had the imprint which seemed to have been made by the head's ring. In other words, irrespective of what was written inside. This woman, who Maria called Beatrice, was trusted enough that she was in charge of a personal letter from the current Ushiromiya head. Wait, so the instant the lightning started striking, did he like do the whole and it begins and he like throws the head's ring out the window? Did that already happen and so Beatrice took it like just now? Or did she magic this? Because clearly Kinzo can't see her. So something along those lines I assume happened, right? He did say he was going to give the ring to Beatrice. Yeah, but because he can't see her, it wasn't like here you are, my darling, or anything. Maybe he just now threw it out the window like he did in episode 1. Yes, this is a visual novel. It is talking and nothing else. You cannot interact with it, which they managed to make, maybe. Yeah, Mod and Kinzo screens in the background during this moment to help with immersion and continuity. Yeah, but Alexi, because this game actually uses the fact that it's only talking really well, because there's like murder mysteries and stuff. There's like this grand conspiracy happening with witches and things like that. And you're encouraged to try to figure out what's going on as you go along. I mean, obviously that's fine, but I'm just saying, it actually uses what it is well. It can kind of get its hooks into you and keep you guessing, even though if you keep going forward, it will give you the answers, I assume. Maybe Dio Brando is the main villain. I guess we'll have to see. It could have been any of the 4 siblings. Wait. Wait, does that mean she's gonna die? Wait, does this mean Rosa's gonna die? Does this mean Rosa's gonna die? Dio's in cahoots with Plankton. Yeah, Plankton is here. It could have been any of the 4 siblings. All right, everybody, start assigning villains to witches, including witches I don't know yet. You have every there's every reason to not trust Beatrice, don't worry. But all right, which witch is Plankton? Which witch is Dio? I know I've only met 2 witches so far, but still, okay. However, the fact that I have met you here probably means that you were chosen by Kinzo's roulette. Is that a threat? Are you threatening to kill Maria's mother right here, right now?
ならば受け取るがよい。
So take it.
そしてその中身を全兄弟の揃う晩餐の席上で読み上げよ。
And read its contents aloud while seated at the dinner table when all of the siblings are gathered.
なんですって。
What did you say? I don't know yet. Apparently there's a bunch of witches, but I've only met 2. They're like really drip feeding them. like we're slowly getting introduced to more witches, but we only know 2, maybe 2.5 if you count Maria. I don't know. So if there is a nice witch, I've yet to meet one. What did you say? Rosa looked back and forth several times between the witch's face and the envelope she had been handed. Today was the family conference, and the biggest object of discussion was the inheritance problem. So she had joined together with Eva and Rudolph, and they had planned to force certain conditions upon Kraus to try to extort a prompt payment of several 100 million yen out of him. So she was in on it from the beginning. Hehehe, welcome, I will be doing this every Thursday. Yes, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer is one of Rosa's siblings. It was as if the witch could see through all of that. And when all of the siblings are gathered, what is she planning on announcing to us? With a personal envelope that no one but the Ushiromiya head can use.
マリア、天気が崩れるぞ。
Maria, the weather is getting worse.
ゲストハウスへ戻り、昼を待つがよい。
Return to the guest house and wait for lunchtime.
それではローザ、後ほど会おう。
Well then, Rosa, let us meet
そ
later.
の席で改めて名乗らせてもらおうぞ。
Allow me to name myself there. It was kind of like that before. So this game has 8 chapters, and I think most of them, I don't know for sure, but it seems that at least a few of them are going to be the same 3 days played like a time loop over and over, but with something different happening each time. And so this is the second loop. We've seen this before and it's happening again. And last time, Maria was so sus. She was so sus. People were accusing her of murder, even though she's 8 years old and has little stick arms. Yeah. The witch turned her back to her, laughing, and headed off towards the mansion with an air of composure. And then Maria's gonna go exactly follow her to the letter, right? And then Rosa's gonna find out that Maria listens to Beatrice and not her, that Beatrice is the real mom. Who does that laugh and then walks away? Do you mean like Dio? Or as like Beatrice does that? The real mom was the witches we met along the way. Yeah, like I said, you're not wrong to think that. Maria saw her off with an energetic reply and then dashed off towards the guest house, leaving Rosa where she was. Yes, no, exactly. You're not wrong to think that Beatrice is the villain. Don't worry. Everyone is at her mercy. And people will die for her resurrection. So Maria saw her off with an energetic reply and then dashed off towards the guest house, leaving Rosa where she was. So many spoiler things you want to say. Oh, I bet it's painful. Oh, goodness gracious. As though she didn't want to waste a second in informing the other cousins of her good fortune at meeting the witch. Ultimately, Rosa was left alone in the rose garden as the winds grew stronger. Wow, in the place where her daughter just was. Well, Maria really likes witches, and the fact that Beatrice is a witch makes it so she trusts her. So in this particular arrangement, it would be very possible for Beatrice to manipulate her. Yeah. Unable to do anything except pray that what had just happened was just a daydream. Yeah, right, Rosa. Like you have that kind of imagination. When the witch entered the entrance hall, Genji was there. With a respectful bow, Genji welcomed the guest who had approached from the entrance hall. We have been awaiting you. Beatrice-sama. What character is updated now? Genji from oh my god, it's Genji from Overwatch 2! And Overwatch 1!
久しぶりだな、Genji.
It's been a while, Genji. Wait, they've met before?
老いたではないか。
You've gotten old. Wait. So Genji really has been along long enough for, like, when Beatrice was alive? Oops. No matter how old it is, furniture will only carry out its work like furniture until the end.
あれの妻がお前に嫉妬したことも懐かしい。
Are we shipping Kinzo and Genji? Kinzo loved Genji more than his own wife? Oh, development has gotten better on Overwatch 2. That's good, because I was hearing some bad stuff. I remember how his wife used to be jealous of you.
金蔵は元気か?
Is Kinzo well? Oh, and whenever Kinzo comes up, she gets that 1,000-yard stare.
大変お元気にございます。
He is full of life. Yeah, I mean, it's Blizzard, right? Doesn't everyone just complain all the time? The witch's laugh was probably because she knew that Kinzo's own doctor had told him that he would not live much longer. Stella? No? Okay, it's past time to feed Stella, and she's threatening to walk all over my keyboard and shut down the stream. But I don't want to leave you guys off on, like, ominous wind as I take a break, so I want to at least get to some music. So I'm gonna try to fend her off from putting her paw near the power button while I try to get to a scene with music. The witch's laugh was probably because she knew that Kinzo's own doctor had told him that he would not live much longer. All right, finally we're getting to some aspects that I've been wanting to see. Oh! Stella just fell off. Stella just fell off. Oh. However, if anyone actually looked at Kinzo, his energy and vigor which made it extremely difficult to imagine that his remaining life really was slim, might make it natural to call him full of life. We know of at least one other witch who is apparently really cruel and might be using me, the player, as a chess piece in a grand like 4D chess game with Beatrice. So there's some witches plotting against witches going on. And also some of the non-witch characters are also pretty rotten people, like this whole family. So basically this right now they're doing a yearly meetup with this really, really rich family, like family reunion that they do every year. And a lot of people in the family are pretty, I wouldn't call them good people. So yeah, that's going on. And basically they're all here to fight each other over the inheritance, because apparently dad is dying. So, or the grandpa is dying. So they're talking about him right now. And apparently he, even though he's like got a bad prognosis, apparently you would be fooled if you looked at him. He's still looks like he's full of life. Yeah. Maybe the witch had laughed at that.
挨拶に
Then let us greet him.
行こうではないか。
Kinzo is hardcore, but also I'm so curious about the fact that he can't see Beatrice, even though he's sacrificed everything else in his life for her sake, I guess. You wouldn't be wrong in assuming so, I'll just say. I think there's probably a lot of villains. Then let us greet him.
30年ぶりに互いに呪いの言葉を吐き合うもよかろう。
It will be good to hurl curses at each other after 30 years. That's really interesting, isn't it? I mean, tragic. Really tragic, isn't it? Yeah. Wait a second. But she tried to see Kinzo earlier and knew that he couldn't see her. Is she like back? Does she think that Kinzo would be able to see her? Is it because it's Halloween? Are they gonna be able to see each other? Oh shit. And also, he was like, oh, Beatrice, I just want you to... So, big shit is happening. Okay, so... The patriarch of the family apparently got his wealth in the first place because Beatrice the witch magically gave him a whole bunch of gold. And apparently he is in love with Beatrice, and Beatrice died. Or hey, there you go. Okay, I'll try to be short with it then. Now I'm pausing to think to make it short. Okay. Ever since Beatrice died. No, I know. No, I understand, but so I'm like, okay, I'll try to wrap it up then in case. But anyway, yeah, apparently Beatrice died, and ever since, Kinzo, who's obviously into magic because he was, dealing with a witch, is trying to resurrect Beatrice, bring her back to life. And so this has taken priority over everything else in his life, over his children, over his grandchildren, And everything, he's put everything into trying to bring Beatrice back to life because apparently he loves her more than anything. So Beatrice might be kind of back, but not all the way. And there's this line that started to be thrown around that love is like the most powerful force, which, I mean, you could, of course, all the corny movies say that, but apparently there's things you can only see when you have love. And so the example they gave is you might be at the ocean in a cloudy, I know. So an example given is you might be at an ocean on a cloudy day and you could look at it and what color is the sea? Of course, it's like gray because it's reflecting the gray sky, right? But if you're standing with someone you love, like really love, the ocean could look pretty sparkly blue, right? So, Beatrice already tried to like interact with Kinzo, but he could not see her. And so then it was like, well, I thought he really loved her. Why can't he see her then? It's a mystery. And so, but Beatrice seems, so that happened before. And so right now, she seems a little confident that he will be able to see her. So now I'm like, what changed? Is it because is it because of the time of the year? Is it because this magic ritual going on? Is she just bullshitting right now? Is Kinzo actually going to be able to see her? But this is what the head of the household, Kinzo, has been like, I just want to see Beatrice smile one more time and then I can die, you know, the whole time. So this might be the first time they actually see each other. So this is actually very momentous. And I'm like, what the fuck? Honestly, okay. Then let us greet him. It will be good to hurl curses at each other after 30 years. And he was always like, oh, I love you. I just want to see you again. Did they actually have a toxic relationship where they were hurling curses at each other? Because that's not the impression that Kinzo gives off. True. There's no way it couldn't have been toxic when Beatrice is like over here throwing the best shade ever. So I'm intrigued. What is going on? As the witch grinned, she started walking, leaving Genji behind. Her gait was like that of a family member who knew the mansion inside of the mansion well. Genji followed her as though he served her. At that very moment, Kirie came out of the parlor. So Kirie just missed seeing Beatrice. This is funny. She had probably come out to fix her makeup or something. And when she saw Genji following the witch, so she did see Beatrice. Oh, wait, this is big. She didn't believe she existed. She was surprised, although her expression did not change. There was a visitor for Kinzo, whose remaining life was not long, on the day of the family conference, when the fate of the inheritance was to be decided. And furthermore, this person was well enough acquainted with the Ushinomiya family that Genji was following behind her. She's literally standing in front of the painting of herself. Put it together. Put it together, Kirie. Kirie immediately realized that this person, who she had never met before, was someone deeply important. Kirie met eyes with the witch. I agree, I love this song. Realizing that it would be rude to pretend not to notice, she greeted the witch. Pleased to meet you. Okay, now this is a good opportunity for me to feed Stella so she doesn't plot to sabotage the stream like Beatrice might plot to sabotage the stream. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm going to feed Stella, but I wanted to leave you guys with a banger track, and Fishy Aroma is a banger, so I'll leave you to it. I'll be right back. Alright, I am back. The cat has been fed. My water has been refilled. And let's get on with this very interesting development. Pleased to meet you.
ルドルフの5歳だったか。
Rudolph's second wife?
さようでございます。
That is correct.
ルドルフ様の今の奥方様であられます。キリエ様でございます。
This is Kirie-sama, Rudolph-sama's current wife. From this exchange, Kirie realized that this woman was a guest of considerably high rank within the Ushinomiya family. And the fact that she was a guest of that level, coupled with the face of the entrance hall portrait behind her, made Kirie's eyes open wide in an instant. It's her! It's the girl in the portrait! It's her! Ah! I didn't think the portrait would actually change! Wait! I didn't think the portrait would actually change. Wait, this is funny. It's like the episode 2 painting. Wait, is that gonna happen every time? Is the painting gonna change to fit the episode every time? That's crazy. Pleased to meet you. My name is Kirie. Wow, nice save, Kirie. Nice save. I wonder if this is our first meeting. If we did greet each other before, I apologize for forgetting your name. You said that the woman matched the portrait, so it stands to reason. Damn, I guess you had a point.
うすうすは想像がついているくせに、わらわにあえて名乗らそうというのか。
Oh damn, get her ass. You already have a vague idea, yet you expect me to waste my breath. Oh, they're hotkeys that I have. So all of these are different PNGs, and I have a Stream Deck that I have added to hotkeys. Technically, I could do this with just hotkeys, but there would be way too much thinking involved to remember which key is happy, which key is sad. So I have like a Stream Deck and have the icons set up so that I can see the expressions. And so when I push them, it hits the hotkey and my expression changes. You believe in the OG version Ryukishi released, the paintings are the same as this, so interesting that he used his unique sprites in contrast to such beautiful paintings. So that means he must have gotten the paintings commissioned, right? Maybe it was too expensive to have anything more than the paintings commissioned. You need to look into it to double check, but that's very interesting. You already have a vague idea, yet you expect me to waste my breath? Ho ho ho. Kirie had thought she had given her a sociable and humble greeting. Her expression grew slightly cloudy at that openly oppressive response. It didn't seem like this was a person she could grow to like. Uh-oh, Kirie versus Beatrice. But if Kirie's imagination was correct, this witch likely held a huge key to what her own husband was most interested in, the gold, right? And one that stood a great chance of influencing tonight's family conference. So they're actually gonna go look for the gold. They're actually gonna try to follow the epitaph just because Beatrice is here. That's all we needed. We just needed her to come in person to like tell everyone to get going. It's not like he can't draw normal or generally appealing art. He's been shown he can. He uses those weird blobby character designs as an artistic choice. You don't know, he's an enigma. Interesting. Interesting. So she did not shoot back a retort and could only watch in silence as the woman went up the stairs to the second floor, with Genji following behind. So when someone tapped her shoulder from behind, she was so surprised she almost choked. It was Natsuhi.
キリエさん、このようなところに立ち尽くして。
Kirie-san, standing still in a place like
いかがな
this.
さいましたか?
Is something the matter?
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry.
ちょっと魔女の肖像画に見とれていただけです。
Yeah, they're not gonna open that can of worms right away. Like, literally just saw Beatrice. He's gonna be like, are you crazy? Like, I was just a little fascinated by the portrait of the witch.
黄金の魔女、ベアトリーチェですか?
The Golden Witch, Beatrice, was it?
今日の後宮家の復興は、彼女が授けた黄金がなければ成し遂げられなかったとか。
Something like the revival of the Ushiromiya family to what it is today would never have been possible without the gold she
お父
gave.
様らしい幻想的なお話ですね。
A fantastical story. Very much like father. Yeah, so Natsuhi, about that. I just saw her. Natsuhi spoke of her in the usual way. She spoke from the position that the idea of a witch was just foolish and that in the end it was nothing more than Kinzo's ramblings. Well, dinner tonight is going to be very interesting. However, for some reason, that no longer felt right to Kirie. He draws really good expressions. His style is standard definition, sure, but really not that ugly. The filter backgrounds are ugly, though. That's not the only VN I've seen with like backgrounds that are just photos with filters. However, for some reason, that no longer felt right to Kirie. Just now, she herself had seen the Golden Witch come in from the entrance hall and climb up the stairs. See, Kirie has a lot of tact, and her brain is always calculating things a million miles per second. So, Natsuhi's choice of words seemed almost like a refusal to accept her existence, or as if she was leading her to think that she did not exist. Well, obviously Natsuhi hasn't come to the same... hasn't seen her yet, or knew she was coming. Just like you.
ごめんなさい。
I'm
少
sorry.
し頭痛がする気がして、
I think I'm feeling a bit of a
ちょっと
headache.
休もうと思います。
I think I'll rest for a little
あ
while.
ら、そうですか?
Oh, is that so?
なら、良い頭痛薬がありますよ。
Then I have some good headache medicine. Industrial strength shit.
用意させましょう。
Allow me to prepare it for you. The hallway in front of Kinzo's study was filled with the scent of sweet poison, particular to that green liquor. Genji, who was completely used to it, did not grimace. I am Yogi. I don't know if that's how you say that. Translator's note, Yogi means here. I did not know that. In Korean. I probably said that totally wrong. Genji, who is completely used to it. Really? 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 Wow, I didn't think I would at all. Hey. All right. I did get it first try. Bruh, what? Maybe I should study Korean. Holy shit. What the F? I can't believe I got that. Okay. Genji, who was completely used to it, did not grimace. And the Golden Witch didn't grimace either. Anyway, look! Beatrice has a little costume change. When was the last time he left this room? Good fucking question. Wait, he hasn't left the room in years? Damn. I believe it has already been several years. Now, Rowan, I understand, like, things have gotten so wild so fast. He is that intent on making me a bird in a cage. Alas. Now you, who made that wish, are the bird in a cage. Damn! Getting Kinzo's ass! The ghost of the study, are you not? What a pitiful man to not recognize that. He would probably continue his research until the day he could meet you again, even if he literally became a ghost. See, whenever she talks about Kinzo, she gets that faraway look in her eyes. Is it love or madness or obsession? I suppose they too will become magic if well enough developed. You sad mage. The witch grasped the doorknob to the study, but it's got the scorpions on it. When she did, there was a sound like that of flesh burning and splitting open. Ow, owie! It was the sound of the doorknob literally burning the witch's hand. What is this? Did she not know about it? What the fuck? She looks scared? Did she not expect this? What is this? A magic ward. That fool, is he unable to get by without relying on something like this? I have heard that this door is painful for you, Beatrice-sama. Shall I open it? No, it's fine. Wait, seriously? Why? If he wins, I will be a bird in a cage for all eternity. So she doesn't particularly want Kinzo to win. So he's not going to see her anyway because he made his... Oh, man. Oh, man. So he spent his everything to try to see her again. And now he can't even see her again because he warded his fucking room too hard for her to go see him. That's so funny. And then he's not going to leave his room because he hasn't seen it in years. So how did he expect to see her if he's not going to leave it? Wait, he did leave his room a little while ago, though. He fumbled a bad bee. He sure did. He did leave his room, though, because Kanon ran into him. So it's possible he might see her. Genji, you just gotta say, hey, Beatrice is outside. No, it is fine. If he wins, I will be a bird in a cage for all eternity. If he loses, only the life of a laughingstock will be left. The life of a pitiful mage who went mad with love and lost everything.
もはや金蔵もわらわさえもゲーム版に並べられた駒に過ぎぬ。
She's in a new outfit, but apparently she is not pretending to be a servant or anything like that. She's like, I'm the head of the house, bitch. Yeah, she's not even the heir. She is the boss. She is about to assert herself, I feel like. Already, Kenzo and even I are nothing more than pieces laid out on the game board.
ルーレットの目が勝敗を分けるだけよ。
All that is left is for the result of the roulette to decide who wins and who loses.
ルーレットが目を見せるまで、わらわと金蔵が再会する必要はない。
Until the roulette shows its result. True. She does seem to feel interesting things about Battler. Where is he in line? Well, if the parents were dead, he'd be like, she does want Battler to lick her feet. He'd be third in line. So if you counted the Kinzo's children, yeah, Jessica, then George, and then it would be Battler. But then there's also Kraus, and then so maybe it's like, okay, I think it's oldest parents then kids, because of how they were arranged at the table, right? So it would be like 1 would be Kraus, 2 would be Jessica, 3 would be Eva, 4 would be George, 5 would be Rudolph, so that means 6 would be Battler. So Battler, I think, is 6th in line, so he's a bit down there. He's important, but not too important. Yeah, and in fact, he hadn't even been with the family. I think he was stricken from the register for a couple of years, so he's barely even back with the family. He had kind of left because he was pissed off at his father. But they recently made amends, and so this is the first time Battler's been part of the family for 6 years. Plus, if Lion King's taught us anything, yeah, of course. I mean, basically everybody died last night. Eddie's got daddy issues, yep. But apparently they've made a somewhat truce. Say less, say no more. Oh, I think it's all the children of Kinzo, the children's children, the order of their parents ranking the spouses. I was thinking, how they were sitting at the table, because I remember the spouses, yeah, got shoved to the bottom. Oh, you're right, because George was, wait, no, you're right, because George was sitting with Battler, so he was kicked behind the children. No, you're right. So it would be I think he's still 6 then. It's just that George is knocked down a peg, so it's like so the order would be Kraus, Eva, Rudolph, Rosa, George is 5, and yeah, Battler is still 6. So Battler's still 6th in line. That's why Natsuhi's next to Battler, yeah. Wait, no. Battler's 7th. I forgot about, how did I forget about Jessica? Wait, Jessica was before Rosa? Why is Jessica before Rosa? No, I know what you're saying. Oh, you're right. Why did I forget about Jessica? That's so silly of me. So he's 7th. So So it's Kraus? Sorry, why is this so hard to figure out? So it's... You know what? This will make things easier. I'll just look at the fucking family tree. When the game loads. There we go. Here we go. 1. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. So Battler is 7th in line, not 6th. There we go. 8th. 9th. 10th. 11th. Damn, that means Kirie is last in line. Since Rosa's not married. Oh yeah. How's this looking with Beatrice? This is her new outfit. She's got the one-winged eagle tatted on her leg. Why did she think to dress like this? Mysterious visitor, a 19th person who appeared on the day of the family conference, goes by the same name as the Golden Witch who granted Kinzo his gold. Both the reason and the purpose of her visit are unknown. She was ushered into the VIP room, which no one has been allowed to use in the past, but she can't be because it's warded. Beatrice, because it's cute. Why else? Is it cute though? She looks like she's trying to be a high schooler. Maria's head would unironically rule. That would be very interesting. It would be definitely the most interesting head of household. Imagine Maria's head. She would just spend a fortune on Beatrice merch. She would turn this into a witch's island. It's cute. I guess it's 2006 cute. You'd trust any of the kids, their parents are lost causes? Yeah, you're right. Family with George's head would be boring though. Fake school uniform Beato is cute. Okay, fine. Okay, maybe it is 2006 cute. Yeah. All right. Already, Kinzo and even I are nothing more than pieces laid out on the game board. All that is left is for the result of the roulette to decide who wins and who loses. Until the roulette shows its result, there is no need for me to be reunited with Kinzo. I mean, Marinda, we just saw a lot of very interesting things that Rosa did. All right, I'm having a sip. Okay. The witch looked at her hand, which, although horribly burned, was beginning to heal bit by bit. And so the ward. And so the ward, perhaps. Yes, she was hurt because Kinzo's behind that door, right? She's like, all right, I'll go see Kinzo. And she put her hand on the door knob, but it's got a magical ward on it. What we see? I saw nothing. Oh my god. Even if ultimate failwipe Nazi can't get through a day without abusing servants, Rosa wouldn't make it through the hour. Holy shit, you're right. Unfortunately. So she got burned by the doorknob, which makes me think, what would, if Kinzo wanted to see Beatrice again that badly, and yet he made a room that witches can't enter, and he never leaves, how did he expect to see her again? So I think he's become a little too crazy. Now, who else uses magic in the house? I know, right? Jeez. Paranoid. To his own detriment. This annoys you because you can't say who your favorite characters are and why they're your favorite character due to spoilers? Oh god. Yeah. Zero Escape is like that too. and so the board, perhaps. I see. That is also honorable. Kinzo is a known idiot. Source Beatrice. We need to tell his kids. Your dad is in fact an idiot, and you should make fun of him. You want to see? He wants to see Beatrice only to trap her. Yes, that's exactly what's going on. Yeah. Maybe he misread the scorpion word in the book he was reading if he thought it said, have a scorpion, get your waifu back. No, you're right though. She was just saying, you know what? Yeah, don't open the door and let me see him. Because we're playing a little game, and if he wins, I'm gonna be trapped forever, and I don't really dig that. Yeah, so you're on the money, yeah. So the ward, perhaps. I see. That is also honorable. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, Beatrice, but okay. Now, everything is on top of Kinzo's game board. Uh-oh. Unhinged, we're getting unhinged. I like it, Kinzo. Lose, Grandpa. That's vile, actually. He wanted to summon her into his room and keep her there. You're right, so that's why she put the wards. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. The only possible reason he could have that makes sense is that he expected to summon Beatrice straight into the room. And then you're right. He would make the kind of room, he made the kind of room that she wouldn't be able to leave. Could she not even leave through the window? Because there's a window, but you're right. That is vile. They're gonna make us hate him now. What's vile about it? That he would, you know, like, trap her so she wouldn't be able to leave like a freaking serial killer. Yeah, pinning the butterfly into a glass frame vibes, yeah. So what? Because even though Beatrice is a witch, she has her own free will? It's like getting like locked in a room by your stalker, right? Isn't she evil? Well, there is, yeah, but yeah, but still evil to do evil towards evil. I see what you're saying. Okay. Evil versus evil, yeah. And he and everyone else is also trapped on the island, and she's going to kill them. True. She is going to kill them. So, yeah, maybe trapping isn't off of the table. I guess we'll see. Gramps versus evil grandma turned sexy witch. Well, she is supposed to be 1,000 years old. I guess she is a grandma. All right. I like it, Kinzo. Allow me to enjoy my game with you. Allow me. Allow me to enjoy the final gamble and fall of an aged mage who fell in love with me and threw away all his life. All right, it is 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Do you feel sympathy? I think there's a lot about Beatrice I don't know yet. And I'm curious enough to not want that to happen to her, I guess. I want to know more about her before I make judgments like that, I guess. Yeah. Who is it? Excuse me. I have brought lunch. Kanon's like, I really wish I didn't have to bring lunch to you. Enter.
失礼いたします。
Excuse me. Yes, it is an option, I suppose. I wonder if they're gonna discuss that when things get spicy. I wonder if they're like, if we just lock her in that room, she can't escape. I wonder if they're gonna think that. After receiving approval, Kanon entered the VIP room, pushing the lunch serving cart. Oh, so that's the VIP room the character page was talking about. The servants called this room the witch's VIP room. So Kinzo loved her so much that he had a bedroom prepared for her at all times if she were ever to show up. A VIP room in a house? Apparently, that was because they had been strictly ordered by Kinzo to always keep it cleaned so that it could be used at any time. See? And yet, guests were never allowed into this room, no matter who they were. That's why, at some point, the servants had started calling it the witch's VIP room. Supposed to be set aside only to welcome the special person Kinzo was waiting for, the witch from that portrait. Yes. Yes. You could be a billionaire and you can't fucking stay in this room if you're not Beatrice. Yeah. You could be Jeff Bezos and you would not, yeah, even among the privileged, there are VIPs. Apparently so. I know, that is funny. That is funny that there's like all the millionaires in here and yet they aren't considered VIPs. That is pretty funny. And today, Kanon learned that this was entirely correct. How fancy is it? Ooh, that is nice. When he entered the room, the witch with golden hair was gazing out the window. I like the curtains, purple. Outside, the rain had already started to gather strength. Oh, and she's got corner views with like big windows. Let's go. Yeah, he's got 10 tons of gold. Compared to that, what is money? Yeah, exactly. He's not impressed. Outside, the rain had already started to gather strength. As she looked out at that beautiful rose garden. Oh, God. Kinzo had those specially prepared for her arrival. For her to wear and use on him. Oh, God. As she looked out at the beautiful rose garden, which had taken several days' work to make ready for today. Oh, you think she'd snap her back? As she looked out at the beautiful rose garden, which had taken several days' work to make ready for today, and saw the winds and rains ravage it, was she lost in some sentimental feelings? Kanon was not able to infer anything more from her back that faced him. I will prepare your meal, but just so you know, I won't enjoy it. Because I don't like you. Beatrice-sama. So Kanon went out of his way to call out the witch's name because he wanted to make her turn around. He wanted to know. He wanted to know whether the witch who had tempted him and Shannon in the past really had appeared again. When he did, the witch whose name had been kept her back to him and laughed. Laughed in a subdued voice. Kanon was startled. It was almost as though she had read his mind and knew that he called her out of a desire to make her turn around.
良い匂いだな。
It smells good. If we inserted a laugh track during this scene, it would make for a pretty convincing sitcom with how much Kanon hates doing this. I know, right? Maybe I should make a laugh track, redeem. That would be pretty funny. I mean, the Tidus, like, Final Fantasy X thing notwithstanding, I don't think that counts as a sitcom laugh track, but maybe I should have both. It smells good.
どうやらクラウスは良い料理人を入れたと見える。
It appears that Kraus has employed a good cook. Yeah, man, Goda can cook, man. If even Beatrice is impressed.
はい。
Yes,
近年入ったゴーダという料理人です。
he is a cook called Goda, who was employed in recent years.
料理の腕が良きことは何にも勝るものよ。
I don't know why the audio is cracking so bad all of a sudden. I could try to restart it if it doesn't stop. There's nothing better than being skilled at cooking.
美食は
Gourmet food
人の世で生きる快楽の山中をなす。
forms one of the three pillars of the pleasure of life in the human world. You know what, Beatrice? I think so too.
千年を飽きぬにはこれを欠かさぬが秘訣よ。
The secret to not tiring of 1,000 years is to have it in sufficiency. Hanon and the witch's eyes met, and she grinned. There could be no doubt, not even in the slightest. This was without a doubt the witch from that day, Beatrice. The witch that was once visible only to him and Shannon now finally held a form and had arrived openly through the entrance hall as a guest.
ニーチェ様。
久しぶりよの。
Oh yeah, it is pretty crackly, huh? Or is that just me? It could be my headphones. Is the audio crackly to you guys? So I can tell if it's my headphones or not. You hear it too? Okay. I'll start it over then. So I'll be right back.
「久しぶりよの。 久しぶりよの。家具のカノン。
There we go, there we go. Okay. I got it. We're good. We're good! It has been a long time. Furniture called kanon. Well, it's aside from the pauses, but I can deal with that better than the crackling. It has been a long time. Kanon tried not to forget a modicum of courtesy towards the guests. Alright, so he could badmouth Beatrice before because she was like a ghost, but now that it's like, oh, this is a person with a guest in the house, he can't do that anymore. But dark clouds had begun to enshroud his heart because of the visit of the suspicious witch. And on the day of the family conference at that. It looks to me that you are dying to know my purpose in appearing here. Isn't that so? Kanon didn't force himself to answer. This witch probably reads minds. So it would be pointless to go to all the trouble of saying it out loud. Makes sense, you can badmouth that girl in class behind her back, but if she's in the room in front of you, it takes a lot more to badmouth her. That, except, instead of the girl's actual presence, it's like forms of reality. Of course, even that rebellious spirit of his would be read. So the witch snickered at Kanon's childish resistance. I came to resolve my final promise with Kinzo. Your final promise with the master? I lent Kinzo a mountain of gold. When Kinzo gives that up, it will be returned to me with interest. I came here tonight to receive that. Ooh, the kids are not gonna like that. I don't know what you are talking about. However, anxiety began to gather in his heart. This witch never had anything good to say. You are not wrong. Oh my god, she really is reading his mind. Witches have nothing good to say. You are correct, damn. Be that as it may, witches, like blunt scissors, can be put to use. Cackle, 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 cackle. Sometimes there are people like King Solomon who succeed in great exploits. In most cases, one does not meet with a good fate, such as those described in fairy tales, of course. But Kinzo is crafty.
わらわの利子の取り立てすらも自らの儀式に取り込みおった。
He has incorporated even my collection of interest into his own ritual.
わらわをも超えるとてつもない大魔術師か。
Is he a tremendous mage, surpassing even me?
さもなければ狂気に取りつかれたただの知れ者か。
Or else a fool possessed by madness.
面白い。
Interesting.
実に面白い。
Truly interesting. Kanon couldn't guess what the witch was muttering and laughing about. All he knew was that anything this witch deemed worthy of laughter must have the exact opposite meaning to the rest of them. And rising to the back of his mind were the horrifying words the witch had spat at him in the past. Did you think I would lend them that power without any compensation? I'll lend a hand in love, and my compensation shall be one ticket to watch the cruel fate that the two of them will eventually meet. Even after 1,000 years, no better show exists. I like how it was the same expression that faded back into her sprites with the schoolgirl outfit.
まさかお前は
Could it be you?
懐かしき故郷を貫く鮎の川。
Ooh, she's reciting the epitaph. Behold the sweet fish river running through my beloved home of old.
黄金鏡を目指す者にこれを下りて鍵を探す。
You who seek the golden land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. The witch suddenly began to recite a bizarre poem. It was something he remembered hearing. What, you never bothered to read the epitaph? Wait, can Kanon read?
それはまさか魔女の碑文。
Gospel House taught him how to read, right? Right? Could that be the witch's epitaph? There was no doubt. It was the epitaph accompanying the portrait of the witch that had been hung by Kinzo. Can he read? Did he go to school? Apparently the Gospel House counted as school. He learned recorder, remember? Yeah, at Kinzo's weird charity school where they teach people to think they're furniture. There was no doubt. It was the epitaph accompanying the portrait of the witch that had been hung by Kinzo. The relatives imagined that it almost certainly pointed to the location of the hidden gold. But no one knew what it meant. The witch had suddenly began reciting that epitaph.
Kanon, 家具である貴様なら金蔵から聞いていよう。
Kanon, as furniture, you must have heard about this from Kinzo.
すべてを黄金鏡へ返す日がやってきたのだ。
The day when everything will be returned to the Golden Land has come.
喜ぶがいい。
Rejoice.
お前の恥辱にまみれた家具の日々がようやく終わる時がやってきたのだ。
The time has finally come for your shameful days as furniture to end.
お前はそれをずっと望んできたはず。
I believe you have been wanting that for a long time.
自らに存在価値を持たぬ家具にとってただ存在するだけの日々は苦痛に他ならない。
To furniture, whose existence has no value, Just existing day to day must be nothing but agony.
魂ある者にとってうつしおは固執すべきものだが、亡き者にとってうつしおは苦害でしかないからの。
For those with souls, the world of the living is worth clinging on to, but those without find it to be nothing but suffering. Complicated expressions flitted across Kanon's face. It was the day of release that he had been looking forward to. Oh, he really did? Well, damn. He did want to get out, unlike Shannon. But then, what did he expect to do with his life afterwards if he hasn't been thinking about his future at all? It was the day of release that he had been looking forward to. However, the coming of this day had been mercilessly sudden. Wait. If he was like, wait, he didn't think he would get old enough to graduate from his job. He just wanted to die? Kanon? That's terrible. He was like, oh, thank God. If this like Golden Land things happen, that means I'll finally die. Kid, you're 14, 15. What the fuck? Okay, holy shit. And the hateful tone of the witch who had proclaimed this day of rest made it somehow difficult to accept. Kanon wasn't even able to decide what emotion he should feel.
なぜに喜ばぬ?
Why are you not happy?
それとも、うつしおに何かの未練があるというのか?
Could you actually still have some attachments to this world?
家具の分際で。
As furniture?
未練などない。
I have no attachments.
僕は家具だから。
Because I am furniture.
貴様は実に模範的な家具だな。
You truly are a model piece of furniture.
よいよい。
Very good, very good.
しかし、何の未練もないとはつくづく面白みのない。
However, to have no lingering regrets at all, how deeply uninteresting this is.
未練こそがお前の快楽だというのか。
Are you saying that regrets are your pleasure?
その通り。
Precisely!
1000年も生きると大抵の魔女は生き飽きる。
Most witches who live for 1,000 years get tired of
我
life.
らは退屈から逃れるために人間たちの運命にブランデーや果実を練り込み、ケーキのように焼き上げるのだ。
In order to escape boredom, I adorn people's fates with fruit and brandy and cook them like cakes. Wait, are you saying we're all fruit cakes? We're all Christmas fruit cakes? She's calling everybody a fruit cake. Is Kanon more emo than Sasuke? He seems to be trying them. Aha, she called them gay. Oh man, I actually had one of those fruit cakes with brandy. My aunt made one, but it was actually really good. There was like cornmeal in it, and so it kind of like wasn't that dense. It was kind of more like cornbread, kind of airy. And it turned out real good, but it wasn't enough for her to like eat the whole thing. So she gave me a big chunk of it, like maybe about a third of it, and I just finished the last bit of it the other day. You got a fruitcake for Christmas one year, and one of the ladies in your all-woman barbershop a cappella group, did you eat it? Apparently, Johnny Carson single-handedly murdered the fruitcake by making fun of it. If it was made with an Ushiromiya, it would be unbearably dense. Just the stupidest fruitcake, you're so right. In case you were wondering, you were the youngest person there by 3 decades, and no, you put it on a pedestal? Aww. But it's food. You couldn't bring yourself to eat it because you were so in awe of seeing one? A fruitcake. It's wild that fruitcakes have become so, so maligned that it's like amazing to see one nowadays, unless you're like a grandma who specially ordered one. It says a lot. Because apparently that was like the cake for hundreds of years. Anyway. Precisely. Most witches who live for 1,000 years get tired of life. In order to escape boredom, I adorn people's faces with fruit and brandy and cook them like cakes.
オーブンの中で苛烈な運命に踊る人間たちのなんと面白きこと。
I find humans dancing through oppressive fates inside an oven to be so very entertaining. Oh my god, Beatrice is really like, seeing the frogs boil. She's on her hands and knees with the magnifying glass, aiming the sun at the ants who are people. Nothing, just, see if my parents can recruit you to their Lions Club. Oh my god. My grandfather was in Lions Club. Apparently he was, a big shot in Vegas Lions Club. I don't know. Anyway, fruitcakes are almost as not real as Olive Garden. You're so right. They have a very similar vibe, don't they? Yeah, your mom used to have them a lot because of fancy people parties. She was surprised I only knew them as a joke item. Ah, gotcha. Okay. Yakuza Kiwami? Anyway. Beatrice is the kid with the magnifying glass and the people are ants.
わらわはこの方面にかけてはちと知られていてな。
I've made somewhat of a name for myself in this field, you know? The field of, burning ants to death, except the ants are people.
わらわの料理の腕を見に、時には遠方から珍客が見物に来ることすらあるくらいよ。
6 hours honestly isn't that bad. I would do weekends at my mom's house in Washington State when I was going to school in Oregon, and that was an 8-hour drive one way. So much so that unexpected guests occasionally come from afar to witness my culinary skills.
言っても家具ごときには理解できぬか。
Mere furniture can't understand this. I'm wasting my time. He's like, people love my human fruitcakes. You wouldn't know. Kanon wasn't able to understand what the witch was saying. Beatrice go to rivalry. They see who can make the best human fruitcake. Go to commits crimes against humanity doing such a thing. There are so many things that you forget about and then surprise you on the reread. Oh, I wonder what exactly did that, but I'm sure it's spoilers. Kanon wasn't able to understand what the witch was saying. Hashtag blame Goda. However, he realized well enough that this was a terrifying being who treated the fates of humans as a show. Go to culprit theory. It was him who killed everybody all along. He just wanted the most dangerous ingredients, like the most dangerous game, except the game is like the wild boar you'd use in a feast. He wanted the ingredients. And was getting enjoyment out of doing them some kind of harm. I don't get it. He wanted potatoes? Ingredients. Kanon is your middle school emo whist boy dream, but he's stupid enough that with time and work he could become your present day himbo fantasy. I think that's a pretty long shot. First of all, you'd need to like give him lots of weed and then also have him hit the gym and like eat so much pasta and chicken. You can fix him. He needs a lot of work. You can make him worse. Oh my god. He was studying chess. Oh my goodness. I'm pumping him with steroids while he sleeps. No! Kanon hits the blunt on human? If anyone is going to import weed, it's Kinzo. I mean, he already has an illegal gun. I have no idea how illegal absinthe is in Japan. He absolutely would. He doesn't give a shit. Oh. Natsuhi going into fits at the thought. Yes, absolutely, absolutely. We're onto something here. However, he realized well enough that this was a terrifying being who treated the fates of humans as a show and was getting enjoyment out of doing them some kind of harm. However, furniture had no soul or life, much less a fate. Pitiful furniture did nothing but serve until the day they would be released from the world. Yeah! Jessica got her hands on that Kinzo Kush, and that's what he would get trading her the stuff he got from Comiket. Oh my god. Hey mom, I'm gonna go hand out with grandpa and my daughter will consume. No! Reefer! I'm gonna hang out with grandpa and smoke. No! So true. To furniture like that, the witch, who had come to release them from everything, was also a being overflowing with mercy. Well, you heard it here. Beatrice is Ra-La from Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. Kinzo names all his custom strains after Beatrice. That is true. It's all Beatrice. Even though the day that Kanon had been waiting impatiently for had come. Oh no! Kanon's just like, oh my god, die already. I want to die. I want to die pronto. Kanon, that's terrible. That's awful. This is why he found his ass in the furnace. Yippee! Man got too lit. You love that all Beatrice had to do is win Kanon over was to tell him he's allowed to die? Well, we'll see if that wins him over. We'll see. And Kanon just turns into that German boy whose mom gave him cola to drink during Fortnite. Yippee! Oh, God. Oh, well, we'll see if that actually wins him over, because I think he's still a little too protective over Shannon because he's definitely lying about having no earthly attachments. He definitely cares about Shannon, so he could be lying. Anyway. Even though the day that Kanon had been waiting impatiently for had come, he was unable to readily accept it, and this greatly bewildered him. Why was that? You care about Shanon, bitch. And also maybe what Jessica said may have had the tiniest bit of an impact on you. Kanon's like, oh man, monkey's paw, I get to die, but now I know love. The face of Shanon, the person he loved as a sister, rose to his mind. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can't fake that. I know you care about Shanon. And for some reason, Jessica's face did too. Oh, Pog! Jessica's face turned up in the reasons not to die. Oh! Kanon bit his lower lip painfully. Pog? Jessica is a reason not to die? He was so entranced by her Toho magic. But don't you remember they didn't actually play a Toho version song in this game? They actually made an original song. Kanon bit his lower lip painfully. Thinking of Jessica was not permitted for furniture. Oh, come on, my guy. Petan, petan, suru petan. I mean, royalty-free J-pop magic. Thinking of, oh god, come on, you're so close, Kanon. Ah! Thinking of Jessica was not permitted for furniture. He had been aware of that and had found fault with Shanon's relationship. So how could he remember Jessica at a time like this? You have feelings, my guy! I find it so ironic that Suzu singing that song is the Tasukete 18 arm swing, but he's sad about it. All these Toho references that I don't get. Jessica's singing that song. Maybe do a double take. Considering the lyrics. Goodness. He felt a little ashamed by how weak he was. No! You're not weak! You're not weak! It's stronger to want to live! And to forget about Jessica, he turned his thoughts to Shanon. Shanon is also furniture. Here's the only Toho reference I can make right now. You could say that Beatrice is a bad apple. Oh, I get that one. Okay, I remember that. I remember that meme. I was like, I've definitely heard of Petan Petan Suru Petan, and now that's about like a flat chest. I totally remember now that was a meme that I ran into in the 2000s. Unlocking an ancient memory. Oh yeah, I do know also about the Bad Apple PV because it's iconic. I also know that I also liked watching, I did watch some YouTube video about like the battle, like videos of the like bullet hell things, because it's just kind of like spectacular looking, and it's like, how in the hell could anybody dodge all that? And so it's kind of like watching it in awe. That's about the extent I've gotten with Toho. It's emoji Peton parody from Idolmaster. Oh boy, we're getting into it. Shanon is also furniture. On the day everything returns to nothing, there was no reason she shouldn't be happy. Bruh. After the way she talked to you about how happy she was with her relationship with George, man, Kanon is Delulu for real. But Shanon, through her relationship with George, had come to know an emotion that shouldn't be known by furniture. Even though she wasn't qualified to be bound with him, she was still wallowing in a dream that she wasn't permitted to have. 13 years ago, yeah. Yeah, Bad Apple's old. A large part of Danmaku games is that the attack patterns are meant to look cool at first and then be a pattern to dodge after. Yeah, see, I always thought they looked cool. So that's why I'm like, whoa, people dodging it. So that means some of them are really badly designed. Could Shannon accept something like this now with open arms? Of course she couldn't. You shouldn't either. Impossible. Shannon would have lingering regrets. That would probably become a great source of pain and torture for Shannon. And those regrets had been planted by none other than this witch. Oh, fuck! You got a good point there. Oh my god. Beatrice was doing all that pretending to be Shannon's friend when she was like, yeah, you're all gonna die anyway. Wow. Why? Just because that would be more interesting? Sorry.
待ちわびていたはずの日に知ってはならない感情を持ち
Shannon should have been waiting impatiently for this day, but now she will have emotions that she must not
とて
know
も辛い思いを強いられるだろう
and will probably have a very hard time forced upon her. Why? She's a girl boss, true.
僕たち家具を解放する日を手土産に訪れてくれたあなたに感謝する
I thank you for gifting us furniture the day of our
そ
release.
してシャノンにその日を受け入れがたくしたお前を憎む
And I hate you for making this day difficult for Shannon to accept.
お前もシャノン同様に未練に苦しませてやりたかったぞ
I wanted to make you feel pain from your regrets as well, just like Shannon. Wow, wow, Beatrice.
しかしお前は愚直に家具であり続けわらわに籠絡されることもなかった
However, with stubborn simplicity, you continued to remain furniture and never allowed me to lead you on.
しかしシャノンを慕いすぎたようだな
However, it looks like you loved Shannon too dearly, didn't you?
シャノンの未練がそなたの未練となる
Shannon's regrets became your regrets.
それはわらわへの憎悪へと変わるのか
Will that turn into hatred for me? I think it already did from the get-go.
わらわを殺したくば殺してみるがよい
If you want to kill me, you can try.
金蔵の家具ならばその程度の力は持っていよ
As Kinzo's furniture, you should have that much power at least.
しかしわらわを殺せば家具どもに安息の日は永遠に訪れぬぞ
However, if you kill me, the day of rest for you furniture will not come for all eternity.
そなたにそれが耐えられるのか
With this, Beatrice has completed all 3 pillars of Gaslight, Gatekeep, and Girl Boss. Yeah. She was like, literally was gaslighting Shannon and Kanon. Could you withstand that?
わらわによる解放を本当に拒むことができるのか
Can you really reject your release by me?
ひざまずけ
Kneel.
何を
What?
ひざまずきわらわの靴に口づけをするがよい
Kneel and kiss my shoes.
さもなくばわらわはこの場を立ち去ろうぞ
Otherwise, I will leave this place.
帰りて永遠に姿を現さぬ。
I will go back and never show myself again for all eternity. Umineko fans be like, God, I wish that was me. I know, right?
No, カノン。
So, Kanon.
そなたはそれに耐えられるのか？
I know, Beatrice needs to chill with her kinks. I know! This boy is a teenager. You need to chill. Could you withstand that?
黄金鏡の
Or I guess he's underage.
扉が
I
開か
meant,
れ
because
れ
I
ば
guess Battler's a
そな
teenager
たの
too.
苦
But
難に満ちた家具の生は終わろう。
if the door to the Golden Land is opened, your life as furniture that has been full of hardship will end.
望むならば人間としての生を与えてもよい。
If you desire, I will even give you life as a human.
さすればもはやジェシカとは対等。
After that, you will be on the same level as
貴
Jessica.
様も知りたいはずだ。恋の味が。
Surely you want to know of it, the taste of love.
隠そうとも知っておるぞ。
I know, even if you tried to hide it, you see?
甘き恋の沼にて溺れるシャノンを見て、そなたは羨ましがっている。
You grew jealous seeing Shannon wallow in the swamp of sweet love.
恋の味を知りたくてうずうずしておるのよ。
You are sorely tempted to know the taste of love.
やめろ。やめろ。
Stop it. Stop it!
僕を再び籠絡するつもりか。
Are you trying to lead me on again?
僕はお前を楽しませるためのおもちゃになり果てたりしない。
I won't be reduced to a toy to please you. Oh, Jesus Christ.
ほう。ならばシャノンで満足するとしよう。
Oh, then I will make do with Shannon. Wait, not Shannon.
まいた種はそなただけではないのでな。
You weren't the only seed I sowed. Why do they keep using this kind of terminology?
時には実を結ばぬ果実もある。
There are sometimes those that don't bear fruit.
鍵を手にせし者はいかに従いて黄金鏡へ旅立つべし。
You who laid hand upon the key must journey as follows to the Golden Land.
第一の晩に鍵の選びし6人を生贄に捧げよ。
On the first twilight, sacrifice the 6 chosen by the key.
第二の晩に残されし者は寄り添う2人を引き裂け。
On the second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close. Hand laid? Such seedy language, I know, right? The witch recited the epitaph again. I knew this was setting up for the tear apart the 2 who were close. It was so sudden and diverged so strongly from the current topic. However, her challenging smile made it seem almost as though she were using that epitaph as a threat to Kanon. Come on, Golden Sneer, let's go.
わからぬか。
Do you not understand?
この碑文の儀式を成し遂げるには第二の晩に寄り添う2人を生贄に捧げねばならぬ。
For the ritual of the epitaph to succeed, on the second twilight, 2 who are close must be sacrificed.
寄り添う2人は誰でもよい。
It could be any 2 who are close.
夫婦でもよいし、恋人同士でもよい。
A husband and wife, or even a pair of lovers.
誰を選ぶかは儀式のルールにのっとり、わらわが気まぐれに決めてよいことになっている。
Who will be selected is up to me to decide on a whim. following the rules of the ritual.
今のシャノンならこれほどふさわしい第二の番の生贄もないとは思わぬか？
Don't you think there is no one more fitting to be a sacrifice for the second twilight than Shannon, as she is now? What a dirty... Kanon learned then. He had thought that he had given up everything and lived until today as furniture, like furniture should. But in reality, that wasn't true. He had loved Shannon too dearly. And so, when Shannon was in pain, Kanon shared in that. If only Shannon had continued to exist as furniture, living indifferently like Kanon, without any attachments to this world, they wouldn't have had to be in so much pain. The witch planned to toy with Shannon, who had learned the taste of love. No, who she had taught the taste of love as she killed her. She would not invite her to the Golden Land as a merciful release, but would make her a sacrifice for that evil ritual after dealing her the limits of torture and pain. And this witch would probably actually make Shannon meet this horrible fate for no other reason than it would be interesting for her. Furthermore, she was threatening to do that so that she could make Kanon, who hadn't submitted to the witch even once until now, finally surrender. It was that simple. In the end, though he had tried resisting the witch to avoid pleasing her, he had only made things interesting for her. After all, he was furniture. No, a toy. They were nothing but toys, meant only to distract her from her boredom. Damn it!
どうするカノン？
What will you do, Kanon?
ひざまずけばシャノンを生贄に選ぶことを控えんこともないぞ。
If you kneel, I may even hold back from choosing Shannon as a sacrifice. Yeah, but then she's just gonna choose Kanon and Jessica, right?
お前のような玩具を一度屈服させてみたかった。
I always wanted the chance to break a toy like you. So Kanon's a bit similar to Battler in the resisting her aspect, and she likes being resisted, I guess. Without even a fragment of elegance, the witch sneered at Kanon with a vulgar laugh. Yes, even before Kanon had made up his mind, she had seen through to his surrender. She likes when they put up a fight, yeah. Kanon got down on one knee and chose to genuflect before the witch. Oh, he's doing it, he's doing it. He didn't care what happened to himself. However, just the fact that Shannon, who during his days at Furniture had given him his only reason to live, was being toyed with, that alone was something he couldn't overlook. Therefore, something like kissing the shoes of the witch was an easy oath for Kanon to make. At the time that his quivering lips actually touched the witch's shoe, Beatrice, after allowing a look of ecstasy to rise to her face? Girl! Girl! Beatrice? Let out an ear-splitting laugh. Oh my god, she is into this. I wish we could have heard the ear-splitting laugh. I'll do it for us. In that moment, the witch, who had tired of 1,000 years of life, was completely filled with the evil emotion that was her only raison d'etre. Yeah, it is getting a bit spicy in here. Holy shit. And now everybody who's played this game is like, ah, it could have been me! It should have been me, not him! Like that Yu-Gi-Oh meme is like half the viewers of the stream. Being like, it should have been me, not Kanon, right? Lunch had ended, and the relatives had moved to the parlor. Rosa had brought a high-class brand of black tea. Just waiting for them to release a VR version of Umineko. You can see Beatrice at every angle. Rosa had bought a high-class brand of black tea from a famous store in Ginza, just like last time. That had been served, and the inside of the parlor was filled with a very nice aroma. Since the children were together with the adults were, at least on the surface, interacting like relatives. Shocker! Imagine that! Talking peacefully about recent events and how their children were growing up. It had started raining outside, so the children were unable to go out. And so had no choice but to sit here like this, watching TV. Like a true TV kid, Maria was watching vapid daytime programs one after another without getting bored, and was giggling all to herself. It seemed that Battler had joined in at first, deepening his relationship with Maria, but he had gotten up early that morning and so was gradually attacked by waves of drowsiness. Honk Shu, we have a sweepy Batwell on our hands. Oh, that's a big yawn. Did you get up really early this morning? Well, something like that. I started to relax and release all my tension, and then I got sleepy while I was listening to the sound of the rain. Tension? You go around making yourself the center of attention, and now you're saying you were tense? Oh, get his ass, Jessica. That's me, I guess. Ooh, we got a sleepy boy here. He's very sleepy. Battler gave a great yawn once again and slowly lay down on the sofa. He really did look tired. George and the others had started talking to him, taking his yawns as a sign of boredom, but when they realized he really was sleepy, they decided to let him be. My. They say that if you lie down right after eating, you'll become a mackerel. Stop kidding around. Goda didn't even come up with a new menu for this timeline. Goda-san said that tonight would be calf steak. In a minute, it's gonna end up as mackerel steak.
熊沢さん、こいつ本当に眠いらしい。
Kumasawa-san, this guy really does look
毛布
tired.
を持ってきてあげてくれないかな。
You think you could bring him a blanket?
さあどうぞ。
Here you go. Kumasawa brought a blanket over from the shelf. The spacious parlor wasn't cold, but the air had gotten a little chilly. So when the blanket was placed over Battler, he immediately wrapped himself in it and curled up like a turtle, retreating into its shell. Oh my god, he sounds so freaking cozy. I mean, I want to be really cozy too. Actually, this kind of jacket thing I have on is super cozy. Makes me want to be even cozier. With the rain. You really were sleepy.
何時間に起きる？
When do you want to wake up?
起こしてあげるよ。
I'll take care of it.
あ、いや、特に希望は。
Sleepy little dormouse Battler. That's him right now. Very sleepy. He's a sleepy little dormouse. Yes, he is. Nah, I don't care when.
なんか用があったら起こしてくれりゃいいし。
You can wake me up if there's something you
なんで
want.
もねえんなら、ずっと眠らせてくれりゃいいぜ。
And if there's nothing, you can let me sleep forever. You might be too right about that, Battler. Don't say that. He's cozy maxing right now. He is he is snooze pilled.
おやすみ。
Good night.
バトラー寝ちゃうの？
Battler sleeping?
お昼
Nap time?
寝お昼
Nap time?
寝マリアもする
Me too.
こらマリア。
Hey,
バトラ
Maria.
は眠いんだから放っておいてあげなきゃ。
Battler's sleepy, so you gotta leave him
熊
alone.
沢さん、もう一枚毛布をもらえるかな。
Kumasawa-san, can we get another blanket? You got one of those blankets with sleeves for Christmas? Perfect for working from home. Oh, you're gonna be so warm and cozy. Working from home, nice. So I know, that's such a dilemma, right? When you got a nice blanket, but then you're working on something, your arms get cold. But no, your arms are gonna be warm. Nice. Kumasawa-san, could we get another blanket? It was doubtful that Maria really wanted to take a nap. He probably just saw Battler wrapped up in a blanket and wanted to do the same. Everybody put in your cozy emotes. That's what Maria wants to be right now. When she received the blanket from Kumasawa, she joyfully wrapped herself up in it and set up camp again in front of the TV. Like this. I'm gonna put one in. Like this. Yes. Or like this. Everybody spam your cozy emotes. Yes, like Stella Squish. Yes. She joyfully wrapped herself up in it and set up camp again in front of the TV. Now this is how to spend the family reunion. This is a-okay with me. I feel like that's a little less cozy, Rowan.
せっ
Sheesh.
かく6年ぶりにいとこがみんな揃ったってのによ。
Even though all his cousins are finally together after 6
こい
years,
つ今回の親族会議の主賓だって自覚全然ねえな。
dude doesn't have a clue that he's the main guest of this family conference, does he? And he's like, he has no idea. It has not gotten through to his skull that it's actually cool and important that it's the first time he's here in 6 years. And that everybody should be like, ooh, Battler, how's life, right? Also, Jessica doesn't know that the actual, she doesn't know that the actual main guest of this family conference is actually Beatrice. Oh no, Battler is getting upstage. She's stealing his thunder. It's true revenge, and he doesn't even know it yet.
聞こえてるぞ。
I can hear you.
のんびり昼飯を食って、しかも外は台風で雨。
I've had a nice peaceful lunch and there's even a typhoon and rain outside.
何もすることがねえってことは、つまり俺の出番じゃねえってことさ。
There's nothing to do, and what that means is, it's not my turn yet.
それはどうかな。
I wonder about that.
何も起こらないから何もしないなんて受け身の姿勢じゃ人生は退屈だよ。
If you have a passive attitude like that and don't do anything unless something happens, your life will be pretty boring, you know? Wow, thanks, George.
違うぜ、そういう意味じゃない。
Nah, that's not what I mean.
なんつうのかな。
Should I say
こ
it?
ういう時、俺はこう思うことにしてる。
In times like this, I've decided to think this
出
way.
番じゃねえんだよ。
It isn't my turn. Joke's on you, George. I want a boring life. Yeah, George lecturing. Oh, true. George lecturing people about being boring. The pot calling the kettle black. Damn. It isn't my turn.
こいつがお芝居だったならさ、俺の出番じゃねえってことなんだよ。
If this were a play, it wouldn't be my turn to go on
だった
stage.
ら舞台袖でおとなしくしてるに限るってわけさ。
So the best thing to do is stay on the wings. Wait, is this a reference to how he's the main character of the game, but he's just been like a B character this entire chapter so far?
自分の人生はいつだって自分が主人公だろ。
You're always the main character of your own life, right?
そんな脇役根性でどうすんだよ。
Why are you acting like a supporting actor? I mean, have you seen the cover of the game Umineko no Nakukoro ni? You're on it, buddy.
自分から進んで舞台に上がらなきゃ。
You have to get up on stage yourself without being pushed.
そういう意味じゃね
That's not what I mean.
え。今は俺の出番じゃねえって言いたいのさ。
I'm just saying it's not my turn right now. Yeah, stop bugging him and let him
悪い
sleep.
な。眠くて思考がめちゃくちゃだ。
Sorry, I'm sleepy and my mind's a mess.
勘弁してくれ。
Just let me be. Yeah, leave him alone. Battler relatable.
確かに
So it seems.
眠くてなんだか尻滅裂なことを言ってるね。
You're so sleepy that you aren't making any sense.
もうそっとしてあげようよ。
Let's leave him. Let's leave him alone now.
私は聞き捨てならねえぜ。
I can't let this one
自
slide.
分の人生はいつだって自分が主人公だよ。
You're always the main character in your own life. No, Jessica's taking this personally because she's got her double life going on, and has a thing or two to say about autonomy, and she's probably thinking of Kanon and how he thinks he doesn't have any autonomy.
ちょっとそのあたり本格的にバトラーと議論したいけどな。
I kind of want to have a serious argument with Battler about that.
寝ぼけてるだけだよ。
He's just half asleep.
深く考えちゃダメさ。
Don't take him too seriously.
なんかさ、
I don't know why,
自
but
分は主役になれないから舞台に上がりたくないみたいな根性。
that kind of personality, saying you don't want to get up on the stage because you can't be the main character.
すっげえうぜえって思って。
Something about that really pissed me off. It's because you're thinking about Kanon. With distant eyes, Jessica gazed out the window at the gray rose garden obscured by rain. When she put her forehead up against the glass, it felt as though the pleasantly cool sensation would chase away memories that she didn't want to remember. Oh, Jessica.
まだ君の出番じゃなかったってことなのか。
It wasn't your turn yet. Was that it?
じゃあいつ君は舞台に上がるんだよ。
Then When will you get up on the stage? In that case, who is the main character on this stage? It's Beatrice, baby. Uh-oh, that's a magic witch noise. Uh-oh. Why are we here? Why are we in Magic World? Fuck. What? We're back with the battler who's aware of everything? How does this work? You're just doing whatever you goddamn want. What the shit is this? This is just demented. This is dead chat. But they're alive. Battler has the mod where he can spectate enemies. This is just Lethal Company right now. You made me a sleepy little dormouse? Excuse me?
そなたがわらわを否定する根拠とする18人だの19人だのという理論が実に滑稽だったのだな。
Oh, so that's why she's doing this. Your argument regarding 18 or 19 people, which you used as a basis to deny me, was truly ludicrous, you see.
指し手を変えてみたまでよ。
So I merely tried a different move.
そなたがわらわを否定する最大の根拠は単にわらわが駒としてゲーム版に並ばなかったからというだけのこと。
The greatest basis upon which you deny me is simply that I was not laid out as a piece on the game board, so that's why she's doing this. This is emotionally dead chat. Emotionally dead chat. When you're emotionally dead, you go here. The greatest basis upon which you deny me is simply that I was not laid out as a piece on the game board. Then Kanon should be here. Yeah, true, true.
ならばこうしてクイーンを先に指せばいいだけの話ではないか。
In that case, I can simply play the queen first, like this, can I not? You're saying you're the queen, aren't you, Beatrice?
初手にてクイーンに道を開けるはチェスの王道ではないか。
Isn't opening the path for the queen in the first move one of the classic plays in chess? Real fucking funny. How the hell can I accept something like this? And a witch just came walking in right through the entrance hall. What a royal load of bullshit.
なんだなんだ。
What's this?
前回のゲームではそなたに散々自由に手を進めさせたぞ。
In the last game, I let you make moves as and when you pleased, you know?
こたびはわらわがそなたの手に合わせて駒を動かしたに過ぎん。
All I have done on this occasion is to move a piece to match your moves. So she was saying Battler really did have main character syndrome in chapter 1. So she's like, I'm the main character now. I just did what you did.
初手にてもう降参か。
Are you resigning already on the very first turn? Up yours. Like hell I am. Who's gonna resign? Great move. Why don't you just keep on playing however you like? I get it. Your turn is far from over. Move however you like. Form a huge battle formation while you can. I will definitely endure. I will definitely corner you. Come at me the best you can. I don't want you to have any excuses.
まだまだこの程度じゃ魔女なんて認められるわけがねえぜ。
This much isn't even close to enough to make me accept something like a witch.
そうさ。さっきマリアのお菓子を魔法で直したように見えたが。
That's right. Just now it looked like you fixed Maria's candy with magic.
実は同じお菓子をもう一つ懐に忍ばせていて、芝居がかった方法ですり替えて、
But you might have...
魔
Oh.
法で直したみたいに見せただけかもしれない。
But you might have actually had another one of the same candy hidden in your pocket and switched them with some fancy showmanship, making it only look like you had fixed it with magic. Come at me, jump cut. To Battler kissing Beato's feet. Oh my god. So, okay, so it's true that there were several of the identical candies in existence, and the magically fixed one could have been one of those, but like he never explains where all the golden butterflies come from.
Ah, そうさ、そうに決まってる。ダメだぜ。全然ダメだぜ。
Yeah, that's right. That has to be it. And it's no good. No goddamn good.
ほほう。ローザは歌詞が蝶に散る瞬間を見
Okay,
た
okay.
ぞ。
At least Beatrice is mentioning this. Rosa saw the moment when the candy split into butterflies, did she not?
知らねえよ。
Whatever, I don't care. Very logical of you, Battler. You're just refusing anything that doesn't jive with your worldview. But then I guess it is on Beatrice to overcome that, if that's what she wants to do.
そんなのは幻覚か手品か。さもなきゃ見間違いだろ。
That was a hallucination or a trick, or otherwise she just saw it wrong.
大した問題じゃねえ。
That isn't a big problem.
説明のつかぬ部分はさまつと切り捨てたか。
So you throw out the part you can't explain as trivial. Oh my god, Beatrice would be a beast arguing with randos on Twitter.
なるほど。それがそなたの受け手であるな。
I see. Is that your move in response to mine?
墓穴を掘ったぞ。
You've dug your own grave.
後ろ宮バトラ。
You want to go back in time and show this to your brother's debate team coach? Good, good. Doesn't sound like he was a very good coach then. Ushinomiya Battler.
お前の手番はまだ先だぞ。
It still isn't your turn yet.
もうしばらくわらわの手番を進めさせてもらう。
Allow me to continue my move for a little longer.
まだまだこれからだぞ。魔女の手番は。
It has barely begun. The turn of the witch. Wait, that's the name of the episode, right? It's number 2, episode 2, the turn of the golden witch. Are they gonna like drop episode titles every time? Also, I guess that makes turn a little more understandable as an episode title. So you heard that even though we spent 3 episodes on this episode, we barely started. Sorry, that's what Beatrice said. We barely started episode 2, Turn of the Witch. It has barely begun when the seagulls cry, the turn of the witch, episode 2 of 8. That we've spent 3 episodes on, it's just barely begun. We're gonna be here for months. Because I only do this once a week. when they started hearing Battler's snores, the relatives went their separate ways. Battler's gonna wake up and be like, I had a crazy dream. The relatives went their separate ways, leaving the parlor and letting Battler sleep in silence. Wow, Battler. You chased everybody out. Even though it had been so lively in the parlor with so many people gathered there. Gyromancy. Mancy is fortune telling. Why am I blanking? What's the gyro bit? Even though it had been so lively in the parlor with so many people gathered there. When all of them scattered at once and were sucked into the vast mansion, it created an eerie silence with no sound except that of the rain. Gyrating? Oh god. Spinning around in circles till you fall down, using that to predict the future. Makes sense. Makes sense. The turn of the witch until she gets dizzy and falls down. Well, that'd be... Well, that sounds like a fun game to play with Maria. Nope. I've never once met a person like that. Aniki? What are they doing in a bedroom? I've never met her. Kirei-san, is that true? Even I only greeted her quickly when she came into the entrance hall. She looked like she was a little over 20. Plus 1,000. I told her my name, but she didn't tell me hers. She was being guided by Genji-san, and I saw her go up to the second floor. So it would probably be faster to find Genji-san and hear the story from him directly. Still, what a strange turn of affairs. So is the whole thing with Shannon getting rid of the shrine to allow her to amass enough power to like physically appear to as like a 19th person from the beginning? Still, what a strange turn of affairs. Oh yeah, also, they haven't thought of how she got to the island in the first place, right? Because they all got there on a boat, right? They haven't even questioned that yet. I bet they're going to. The mystery woman had spoken to Kirie. Without naming herself, she had sneered that Kirie already had a vague idea of who she was. And the person that brought to mind was her look-alike, Witch of the Portrait. And now that's the portrait. Nobody's questioning it. Amazing. So does everyone so does everyone think that portrait always had a girl with a school uniform on and like what's the word? Like a plaited miniskirt? Oh my god. And it's just a spell that's been put on all of them. Like, yeah, that's how the portrait always looked. What's the problem? You said she was the girl in the portrait. She's the girl in the portrait. It matches QED. Who's to say it didn't? God damn. Was she trying to say that she's the witch of the portrait that's always, all these years, had a little schoolgirl uniform? And why didn't everyone think that Kinzo was really creepy for that? Was she trying to say that she's the witch of the portrait?
私はそういう意味で笑ったんだろうと理解したわ。
That's what I understood her to be laughing
私
at.
とは初対面でも、私があなたの5歳だと知っているような口ぶりだった。
Even though it was our first meeting, she spoke as though she knew I'm your second wife. Are we gaslighting Katie or is it Beatrice doing it? I don't know anymore.
姉貴、本当にそんな奴は知らないんだね。
Aniki, you really don't know someone like that?
くどいわよ。
Stop asking me that. What do you mean? From chapter 1, it was always her in the schoolgirl uniform. She never had a fancy gown. Hydrate and stretch. Okay, I'll hydrate. I'll stretch it. Ugh, I'll be back in a second. Thank you. That was a good stretch. Stop asking me. Stop asking me that.
そんな金髪女、この屋敷に出入りしたところなんて見たこともない。
I have never seen a blonde woman like that go in or out of this mansion.
そんなようなことはどうでもええで。
None of that matters.
問題はその女が自分はベアトリーチェだと名乗り、お父さんと財産管理人を名乗った場合の方や。
The problem is what happens if that woman starts calling herself Beatrice, if she starts calling herself the manager of father's assets.
あるいは愛人の娘を自称して遺産の分配を要求するつもりかしら。
Or maybe she plans to call herself his mistress's daughter and demand a portion of the
い
inheritance.
ずれにせよ、とんでもないジョーカーが紛れ込んだものね。
Either way, an outrageous joker has been slipped into the deck. Is she calling Beatrice a clown even though she hasn't seen her in person?
兄さんが呼んだの？
Did Nissan call her?
それともお父様が？
Or did father? Oh, so Kraus isn't there? This is bad.
私は兄貴をうまく言いくるめりゃなんとかできるものと思って。
I guess Rosa's not there either? Is Rosa gonna be like, I saw her? We've been thinking we did a good enough job cornering Aniki in our discussion. We might be able to work things out.
しかしこれじゃ話が振り出しに戻っちまう。
Oh, their plans are kaput. But this takes us back to square one.
あなたが私の知らないところでどんな策謀を巡らしてたのか知らないけれど。
I don't know what kind of schemes you've been plotting when I'm not around, baby.
どうも少しは対策を立てる時間を得られたみたいね。
A clown, but also a losing hand. But it looks like we've been given a little time to form a counter strategy.
ああ
Yeah.
その金髪姉ちゃんが晩飯の席で突然現れて俺らの度肝を抜くのに比べたら。
Thinking about what would have happened if Miss Blondie had suddenly appeared at the dinner table and scared the shit out of us. Yeah, now they know she's coming. You love Kirie so much, yeah. Yes. We were talking earlier that she's been nerfed by 1980s sexism, and that if she was unleashed at her full potential, the game would be over.
今からわずかの時間でも対策を協議できる方がマシだ。
We should be glad we've at least been given a little time to discuss a counter strategy.
何しに現れたかわからへん以上、撃てる対策も限られとるで。
There's only so many counter strategies we can use if we don't know what she came to do. This is nerfed Kirie. I shudder to think of what a full force Kirie would be. I know, right? We need to make Kirie a witch. She'd be so powerful. There's only so many counter strategies we can use if we don't know what she came to do. What can she be after?
決まってるでしょ。
Isn't it obvious?
お父様の遺産の正当な後継者だと言い張るためよ。
It's to claim that she's the rightful heir to father's inheritance.
お父様は未だにベアトリーチェの虜なのよ。
Father is still captivated by Beatrice.
その娘がいたなら全財産を譲りたいと言い出すはずだわ。
If the two of them had a daughter, he'd be bound to say he wants to hand her all of his
妙
assets.
な遺言状でも突きつけてくるかもしれない。
She might even thrust some strange will before us.
そりゃ裁判沙汰にすれば半分の4分の1は主張できるかもしれないけど。
Sure, if we took it to court, we might be able to claim a quarter or a half of
多
it.
分決着するまで遺産分割はできなくなるわよ。
But we probably wouldn't be able to split the inheritance until that was resolved.
それは困る。
That's a problem.
私もルドルフも
For me and for Rudolph.
もちろんローザもね。
And of course for Rosa too, right? Has Rosa been here the whole time? Is just like refused to say anything?
俺たちはそれぞれの都合で
So Rosa's not
急
there.
にまと
Okay.
まった金がいる。
For all of our various situations, we need a large sum of money urgently.
俺たち最大のウィークポイントってわけだ。
It's our biggest weak point. Well, at least he's self-aware.
なら、狙いは何だ？
Then, what are they after? Which Kirie? We need to see it happen. We need to see the fan art.
キリエ、読めるか？
Kirie, can you tell?
初耳なんだけれど、私たちには急ぎまとまったお金が必要だという前提があるのね。
It's the first I've heard of it, but one of the premises here is that we have an urgent need for a large sum of money, right? He's like, what's that about, honey? Why do you need a large sum of money? We're gonna talk later.
キリエさん、男の商売には攻めの時にこそ軍資金がいるようになることもあるんや。
Kirie-san, when you're on the offensive in a man's business, that's the time you need funding.
それを分かってえな。
Please understand that.
何ルドルフ。
What's this,
キリエ
Rudolph?
さんには話してなかったの？
You hadn't told Kirie-san about it? Ooh, gonna get spicy.
すまん。
Sorry,
隠してたわけじゃないんだ。
I wasn't really hiding it.
実はちょいとした
The truth is, we've been having a bit of
いい
a.
わ。
It's all right.
あなたが私に話す必要がないと判断した話なんだから、
You decided it wasn't necessary to tell me about
そ
it,
れをこの場では追求しない。
so I won't press you about it here.
それよりキュームは黄金の魔女様の狙いを探ることなんでしょ？
What's more important is finding out what the Golden Witch is after, right? Kirie and her priorities. Let's go.
ああ、
Yes.
俺たちの話を整理した上で敵の撃ってくる手が見えるか？
Putting together everything we've said, can you see what move the enemy will make against us? Ooh, asking his wife for advice. We love to see it. Rudolph had a certain measure of trust in Kirie's unique thinking technique, chessboard thinking. Rudolph, you are so lucky that she didn't call you on your bullshit in front of everyone. I know, right? She could have totally humiliated him in front of his siblings. Of course, it didn't give him any more peace of mind than fortune-telling. But every time Rudolph was concocting some important strategy, he would give a great deal of thought to Kirie's advice. For a while, Kirie pressed her finger against her forehead, considering, ooh, she's doing her, logic, Miles Edgeworth Ace Attorney Investigations logic puzzle ass thing. Why would she want to cut her husband down in public? Is it public if it's around his siblings? Or actually, never mind, there's only one sibling there. It's just his older sister. Oh my god, look at this Ace Attorney ass music. Let's go. Judging by the fact that her coming here was kept hidden until today. One of her goals is some kind of surprise that she wants to give us. Oops, shit. I went backwards, sorry. Judging by the fact that her coming here was hidden until today. One of her goals is some kind of surprise that she wants to give us. We can't know whether that has something to do with assets or being recognized as a relative. However, because her visit was kept hidden until today, maybe we can say that she didn't want to get hit with a countermeasure by notifying us in advance. Which means that it seems her goal is one where it would be disadvantageous to her if we did take some countermeasure. Understand? I get it.
例えば、親父が以前に書かせた遺言状そのものだとか、血縁の認知とそれを証明できるものだとか。
For example, if it was something like a will which Dad had written previously, or acknowledgement as a blood relative plus accompanying proof.
そういうものを持ってきたと仮定して。
If we assume she's brought something like that,
それが揺るぎないもので盤石な証拠だというなら、むしろそれは予告するはずだろうよ。
Then if it was completely unshakable, if it was rock solid proof, you'd think she'd actually have announced it beforehand.
そうね。
That's right.
むしろ疑う立場にある私たちに弁護士でも鑑定士でも連れてこさせて。
Since we are in a position to doubt her, she should have made us bring our lawyers and experts.
グーの音も出ないくらいに事実を突きつけるべきなのよ。
And thrust some completely undeniable proof before us.
それができるならね。
If she could.
つまり奇襲狙いという時点で敵は真正面からの正攻法では勝てんちゅうことを意味するわけやな。
So just given that the enemy is aiming for a surprise attack, that alone tells us she couldn't beat us with an honest attack from the front.
道理や。
Makes sense.
絶対勝てる切り札は堂々と切るに限るで。
If you've got a trump card that'll win for sure, you gotta play it out boldly. Her very presence is the trump card, they don't know yet. She is playing it boldly. She is playing it boldly, they just don't realize it yet. Play it in a roundabout way, and odds are you're going to tarnish its impact. Well, the impact has been tarnished just because Kyrie is telling you guys about her.
結論から言うと、
Skip to the conclusion.
皆さんがご就寝の遺産問題に直接
We should probably expect that some huge surprise will be thrust in front of us. Those letters that she gave Maria and Rosa.
もしくは間接的に絡む相当のサプライズが突きつけられると予想されるわね。
Something related either directly or indirectly to the inheritance problem that everyone is so infatuated with.
おそらく向こうはそのインパクトだけでこちらを圧倒できるつもりでいる。
The other party is probably under the impression that they will be able to overpower us with the impact alone. With the impact of this alone.
しかし、その何かは相当のインパクトを伴いながらも絶対ではない。
However, even if this carries with it a significant impact, it is not absolute.
つまりそこがこちらのつけ込む余地というわけね。
In other words, we have enough leeway to take advantage of this.
あんたはほんま頭の切れるお人や。
You've really got brains.
これだけでも分かればだいぶ心強いで。
Even understanding just this much is really reassuring.
つまり相手のペースに飲み込まれるなっちゅうことやな。
So you're telling us not to get sucked into our opponent's pace.
結局のところ非常にシンプルな結論。
Hydrate, thank you. Thank you. In the end, it's an extremely simple
相手
conclusion.
が何を切り出そうとも焦らず冷静に対応する。
No matter what the opponent brings up, interact calmly, without panicking.
交渉術の初歩の初歩じゃない。
That's negotiation 101.
これじゃあ相手の思考を読めたとはとても言えないわ。
I really can't call that predicting our opponent's thoughts.
いいや
Come
相
on.
変わらずなかなかのもんだぜ。
Just like usual, that was pretty good.
こちらに攻める余地があると分かれば
Aww.
余裕も変わってくるってもんだ。
Now that we know we have a little leeway to attack, it gives us a little more room to relax.
わからないのは彼女とクラウス兄さんの関係ね。
What we don't know is how she is connected to Kraus Nissan.
クラウス兄さんにとってもサプライズなのか、それとも彼女を呼んだのは他でもないクラウス兄さん自身なのか。
Well, you would know that if you had him in the room and ask him. Is it a surprise for Kraus Nissan too? Or was the person who called her here none other than Kraus Nissan himself? You know what this means? Is that the only people who are going to be super shocked by her showing up at dinner are Kraus and Natsuhi, and it's going to be really funny.
もし後者だったなら随分と厄介なことになるかもしれないわよ。
If it's the latter, it might make things very troublesome.
そうね。
Yes.
謎の女を親族会議の当日にこっそり呼びつける。
Secretly calling a mystery woman on the day of the family conference.
いやらしいセンスがどことなく兄さんっぽい感じもする。
That detestable style somehow feels like Nissan.
兄貴こうしよう。
Aneki, let's handle it like this.
女の正体がはっきりと証明できない限り俺らはその女のいかなる身分も認めない。
As long as she can't clearly prove her identity, we won't acknowledge her as having any status whatsoever. I mean, of course you guys are gonna react like that.
それが最善ね。
That would be best.
現にキリエさんに対して名乗ってすらいない。
In point of fact, she hasn't even named herself to Kirie-san.
正体不明の女の発言で私たちの会員がかき回されちゃたまらないわ。
We can't let our conference be disturbed by the statements of some unknown woman.
血縁証明でも示してみせるかもしれんで。
She might show us proof that she's a blood relative or
お
something.
父さんの血が流れてることが例えば母子手帳でも示されたらどうにもならん。
Eva is the one of the aunts, like one of Battler's aunts. She's Rudolph's. She's the second oldest child of Kinzo. She's George's mom. And this guy is her husband. Sorry. Yes, exactly. If she can show that father's blood runs through her veins, like with a maternity record document, there's nothing we can do.
証明物なんかいくらでも偽装を疑える。
You're not deterred? You're not deterred? We can suspect any proof of being fake.
仮にそれが本物だったとしても、当人が本人だと証明するには病院沙汰にしなきゃならん。
Well, the interesting thing is that, the Gomez Adams looking ass and Eva have arguably one of the cutest, sweetest relationships in the game. Which is interesting given, that Eva is a piece of work. Even if it is the real thing, in order to prove that she is the person mentioned. Oh yeah, we can suspect any proof of being fake, of course. They're gonna be so annoying about it. Even if it is the real thing, in order to prove that she is the person mentioned, we would need to involve a hospital. Actually, that is very Gomez Adams core. You're right. Eva is just his Morticia. You're so right. That's exactly how it is then. Except I think Morticia's nicer than Eva, but still. At the very least, it will be impossible to prove that now on Rokenjima. You're always right. Yes, that's it exactly. So, in chapter 1, they had to wait for the police before coming to any conclusions, and this time they have to wait for the DNA test before they can come to any conclusions. Eva has to compensate for Hideyoshi's positive vibes. I guess you're right. They're like yin and yang, right? Yes, that's it exactly. In other words, what it boils down to is this. No matter what is shown to us now on Rokenjima, it can't be accepted as truth. Stretch. Alright, let me stretch my shoulders. Ooh. Alright, thank you. So we can't believe anything until the typhoon passes and they prove it to us at the proper place. Eva is the best kind of right, annoyingly so, yep. Constantly finding fault like that is your specialty, Aniki. Rudolph just said, sister, you're the best at being a hater of anybody I know. Your specialty is in being a hater, Eva. He's right, but... Constantly finding fault like that is your specialty, Aniki. This is gonna be all down to you. He's like, you're so much better at being a hater than me. You got this, girl. Are you an idiot? You'll be helping too. We need money. And quickly, in a large sum. We're all in this together. There's no way I'm having my prospects of an inheritance destroyed now by some mystery woman who popped out of nowhere. It was only at a time like this that Rudolph and Eva united as siblings. Sickened by the idea that their own inheritance might be snatched away by an outsider. Kirie noticed how indomitable they looked, shook her head slightly, and gave a small sigh as she looked out the window. Outside, there was still a strong rain falling, and everything was gray, having lost all vibrance. It felt like the lush garden that the sun had shone on earlier had never existed. For some reason, the words Eva had said just a short while ago kept repeating in Kirie's head. It boils down to this. No matter what is shown to us now on Rokenjima, it can't be accepted as truth. There was an odd nuance to those words. Right now, this island was closed off by the typhoon and isolated. There were no official institutions here, and no hospital. Uh-oh, no hospital on the murder island. So no matter what institution had issued what kind of documentation on this island, one could claim that it was all fiction. Just like how on this island someone can claim that witches are all fiction despite the evidence being right there. No, I'm just kidding. One could claim that it was all fiction. It was impossible to prove that something was the truth. Just like the murders last time. They were cut off from the outside world, and all truths proven in the outside world would be called fiction. So did that mean that now, on this Rokenjima, there was nothing that was truthful? Damn! Kirie with the real existential philosophical thinking. That everything would be controlled by fiction? Yep. It almost gave the illusion that separate from the human world, made from the separate from the human world made from truth, was another world called fiction, in which they had just been shut away by the witch. And Kinzo. Kirie remembered what that woman had looked like one more time. And she remembered the woman's figure and the witch of the portrait. So fucking funny that the portrait just changed and nobody's questioning it. On this island, which had been isolated from the world of humans and shut away in the world of non-humans, a non-human being had visited. Yup. No matter what she did, Kirie couldn't help but think of the smile that had appeared on that woman's face as anything other than ominous. In trying to understand that ominous smile, it feels like my chessboard thinking mistook a vital premise. That's right. That smile seemed like that of something non-human, looking down on me. I had reasoned based on the assumption that our opponent was a human like us. However, just like this island now, she may be a being that is not human, and human values may not apply to her. This is so funny that she got this far just by seeing Beatrice once, and yet... and yet, Battler last time is like, yeah, no way, no witches, after he was like, trying to think like Kirie. It's really funny. She's OP as fuck. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Kirie is powerful. She's just been nerfed. In that case, all reasoning is useless. Battler! For what reason was the witch invited here today? Only one thing is certain. Right this very moment, she is staying somewhere in this vast mansion. I guess the cool thing about a mansion is, despite being in the same building as someone, you can be so hidden away and so unseen. Even though you're in the same building. There can be like so many barriers between you and someone else, despite being in the same building.
今日のお昼にお外で私たち会ったわよね。
Wait, the portrait's the same. The portrait didn't turn into the girl with the schoolgirl uniform. So was that just for the audience So is the game gaslighting me? They're just showing me the picture of the schoolgirl uniform whenever anybody brings up the portrait and remembers it and brings it to mind, but the actual portrait never changed. The game is gaslighting me. They only changed it to the schoolgirl uniform for my purpose. They're gaslighting me, the player. Beatrice really is meta on so many levels. It's just getting me. Everybody else, all the fictional characters in the game, see the Beatrice's portrait as having the gown, and meanwhile, me, the player, is the only one who sees the schoolgirl uniform when people bring it to mind. Jesus Christ. Okay. Maria, around lunchtime today, we met someone outside, right?
女の人に。
A woman.
あれは誰？
Who was she?
おお、何度も言ってる。
Oh, said it a
ベア
lot.
トリーチェ。
Beatrice.
マリアは以前にベアトリーチェと会ったことがあるの？
Maria, have you ever met Beatrice before?
おお、毎年会ってる。
Ooh, see her every year. Oh! This is the first time we've heard this. This is new information. That Maria actually meets Beatrice every time she comes to the family meetup. Holy shit, this is new. This is new. Ooh, see her every year.
毎年？
Every year?
この六軒島のお屋敷で？
In this mansion on Rokenjima?
おお、
うーじゃわからないでしょ。
I don't know what ooh means.
そうなの？
Is that true?
うん。
Yeah.
いつから会ってるの？
How long have you been seeing her?
何年前から？
Magic denier's getting nervous. Yeah. How long have you been seeing her? How many years ago did it start?
おお、わかんない。
Don't know.
わからない？
You don't know?
どうして？
Why?
去年？
Last year?
一昨年？
2 years
も
ago?
っと前から。
Longer.
おお、
Ooh. Rosa was aghast. Could this be where her entire... Is this where her entire interest in witches came from? Because she knew a witch? Ever since she was really little? Ooh. Rosa was aghast. Only the Ushiromiya mansion existed on this island. So there was no way that there were any humans other than themselves on this island. And yet Maria said that she had been meeting with that suspicious woman every year during the family conference. If what Maria said was the truth, and that strange woman called Beatrice had been at the family conference every year, that's insane. Is she saying that some eerie woman was at the family conference every year and none of us ever noticed it? Yes, only she could see her. Even though Rosa had just met herself a couple of hours ago in the rose garden. Oh, what is it? What is it? What's your theory? I need to hear your theory. Even though Rosa had just met herself a couple of hours ago in the rose garden, she was overcome with a strange emotion which told her to not accept her existence. Yeah, we call that battleritis. It's not a theory, you just realized you have all you just realized you had all the ingredients for a chocolate milkshake. Then make it! Holy shit! Make a chocolate milkshake. I want some. Can you teleport some over with witch magic? Make it, man. Okay. What in the world did I meet with earlier today in the rose garden? as you'll DM me some chocolate milkshake, thank you. As the typhoon grew close and the winds blew strong.
マリア、あなたは毎年彼女と会ってると言ったわね。
Maria, so you said that you see her every year.
会って何をしてるの？
What do you do together?
お歌を歌ったり魔法を習ったり。
So that's why she knew all of the magic circles. Because Beatrice literally taught her the kind of magic she knows and uses. Damn. Okay. That's why she knew all of that extremely specific information. Wild. Ugh. Sing songs. Learn magic.
魔法陣の書き方も習うの。
Learn how to draw magic circles.
そう。
Really? I think Rosa is finding out how Maria got all this information. If she accepts this being the case. Really?
それはすごいわね。
That's incredible.
マリアがよく自由帳に落書きじゃない。魔法陣を書いたりしてるわよね。
Maria, you often draw magic circles in your notebook, right?
それも彼女に教えてもらったの。
Did she teach you that?
ベアトリーチェにね、お手本書いてもらうの。
Oh, Beatrice draws what they should look like.
ほら、見て見て。
Here, look. Maria joyfully fished around in her handbag. Then she took out a notebook and started opening its pages. Most of the pages were covered with drawings that were literally scribbles. All of them were occult-like things. And while it might sound rude to Maria, who was joyfully flipping through the pages, they were all creepy.
ほらこれ。
Look
ベ
here!
アトリーチェが書いてくれた。
Beatrice drew these for me. Oh shit. Oh shit. Ah. Milkshake theory. The exact ones from chapter 1 over everybody's dead bodies. Of course she knew exact information on all of them. On each page Maria opened to, there was another eerie magic circle that had been drawn. Furthermore, at a glance, Rosa realized that Maria hadn't drawn them. Woo! The strength of the strokes, the thickness of the lines, how clean the shape was. Shit, you're right. And it didn't sting her. Maybe, you know, she didn't have the charm. Shit, you're right though. She didn't have the charm, but maybe it doesn't count. The one in the notebook? I don't know. Maybe you need a little more oomph to the magic than simply having the symbol of a scorpion. Because does I don't know. Good question. It should repel her. How did she draw it? Maybe it repelled her as soon as she finished drawing it. Like, this is important. Ow! Anyway, here you go, kid. Maybe the notebook stung her as soon as she finished the circle. The strength of the strokes, the thickness of the lines, how clean the shape was. This by itself wasn't enough to guess the background of the person who had drawn it, but it was enough to say they weren't a kid, right? A sacrifice for teaching Maria? Yeah, exactly. This by itself wasn't enough to guess the background of the person who had drawn it. But it was enough for Rosa to understand that it was definitely someone older than Maria. Maybe, okay, here's a thought. Maybe such a thing as like the magic circle, a witch knowing the magic circle of the scorpion. If it repels all witches, including the person who drew it, because if you're the one drawing the magic circle, you're the one casting the spell, right? It seems like it would be one that's not good for witches to learn then, if by casting the spell they hurt themselves, right? So maybe since it was a circle that was drawn by Beatrice, it will repel all witches except Beatrice who cast the spell by drawing it in the notebook. What do you think of that? Anyway, this by itself wasn't enough to guess the background of the person who had drawn it, but it was enough for Rosa to understand that it was definitely someone older than Maria. Rosa had to accept it now. There really was a person on this Rokenjima who she hadn't even known existed. That was enough to convince her? Damn. And this person had been playing with Maria during the family conference every year.
Maria, その魔女のベアトリーチェはここに住んでいるの。
Maria, does this witch Beatrice live here?
それとも私たちのように島の外に住んでいるの？
Or does she live outside the island like us?
おう、ベアトリーチェはロッケン島の魔女だからこの島に住んでる。
Ooh, Beatrice is the witch of Rokenjima, so she lives on this island.
じゃあ親族会議のない日にこの島にいる。
So you're saying that she's on the island even when it isn't the family conference, right? Oh no, she's like, I need to have a word with the servants. Right?
おう。
じゃわからないでしょ。
I don't know what ooh means. Well. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
うん。
Yeah.
おう。
Ooh. Oh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. How long has this unknown witch been living on this island? I used to live on this island. I lived on this island, passing the time in the mansion, in the rose garden. And even so, I never encountered a witch like that. Never. I think. What? Is this unlocking a special memory?
ママ？ママ？どうしたの？
Mama? Mama? What's wrong?
ママ？
Oh. Does she have a memory of meeting Beatrice as a kid? Holy shit. Is this one of those things like only children can see them? What? My head hurts. I was probably getting a little mixed up with my memories from when I was a young girl. Oh, when I was a young girl, unlike Maria, I was very frightened of witches. So for me, the name Beatrice was a synonym for something frightening. So it must be that my feeling of fear from my days as a young girl has been revived because a woman calling herself that has appeared. She couldn't be a witch. She's obviously a human calling herself Beatrice, right? Oh, yes. That witch entrusted me with an envelope. What in the world could that be? Rosa pulled that Western envelope out of her pocket. She's finally going to open it. It was the Western envelope which bore the Ushiromiya crest, which Kinzo used on his personal letters. What? Oh, that's what's in the letter? That would be wild. Beatrice sent her feet pics. She won't. Oh, God. No, she wants someone to get out, down on their knees and kiss them in person. She's not giving that shit out for free. Why were you shocked for a second? Because you bonked right before that, and I thought, and it came across as a demand, and I was like, what? How many toes? Oh, God. You're right. Do you have polydactyly? My Rosa theory from chapter 1. Oh, God. Okay. It was the Western envelope which bore the Ushiromiya crest, which, the fear, okay, so it's a long story, but there was a lot of murders in chapter 1, right? And of course, Maria's like, Beatrice, it's the witch, she killed all of them. And then Battler refused to believe it was the witch who killed everybody, so Battler was like coming up with explanations on how a witch conceivably could have killed everyone. And so then I was thinking, like, no, it doesn't involve, well, it involves the burnt feet of an old man, if that helps. So I had this wild theory that Rosa could have been the killer, and that she had faked her death and was killing people behind the scenes with the assistance of her grandfather. And then at some point they turn on each other because Kinzo, his corpse was found in the incinerator, and they actually couldn't identify him. The only way they could identify him was the fact that the burnt corpse had 6 toes on each foot, because apparently Kinzo was born with polydactyly in his feet and has 6 toes on each foot. So that's why, oh, how many toes, right? And so the crazy turn in my theory was, what if, because that was the only identifying feature, they couldn't figure anything else about the body because it was so badly burned. What if Rosa also had polydactyly and also, I know that has to be major, right? That has to come back somehow. I was like, what if Rosa also has 6 toes on each foot? And that Kinzo had turned on his daughter and murdered her and stuffed her into the incinerator. And what everybody thought of was Kinzo was actually Rosa. And that was Rosa's corpse in there, and Kinzo was the one who went around killing everybody for the rest of chapter 1. As like the possible humans did it explanation rather than witches did it. So you're right, yeah, we need to keep this in mind. The 6 toes thing's gotta come back up. Which of these Ushinomiyas secretly has 6 toes that isn't Kinzo? So anyway, that was the crazy theory. Anyway, it was a Western envelope which bore the Ushinomiya crest, which Kinzo used on his personal letters, and had even been sealed with the red sealing wax by the head's ring, which Kinzo held. Yeah, that's an extremely fast version of the Rosa theory. I spent like hours talking about this theory and making like the end of chapter 1 stream like really, really long. Anyway, and it had even been sealed with the red sealing wax by the head's ring, which Kinzo held, which meant this envelope belonged to the Ushinomiya family head. In other words, it was from father Why was a woman calling herself Beatrice holding it, and why did she give it to me? That's right. I'm sure she said to read this aloud at dinner. What in the world could be written inside? Anxiety gripped Rosa, as if opening this envelope might release some kind of monumental disaster. It probably will. However, at the same time, a little curiosity sprouted up, causing her to want to find out what was written inside before the other siblings. Playing power games, just like the others. You don't want to be surprised. Uh-oh. Oh no, she's gonna curse you for opening it early. Using common sense, one could guess that a huge decision somehow related to father's inheritance was probably written inside. Actually, since he had given it to a woman calling herself Beatrice, there was no way it wasn't related. Did this mean that he wanted the inheritance split not between 4, but between 5, including her? Yeah, so she was completely out of the room when Eva and Rudolph and Kirie and Hideyoshi were having that discussion. I need a large sum of money, and I can't wait long. That's right! The siblings were all J.G. Wentworthing. I do feel like a sinful daughter for discussing the distribution of father's inheritance while he's still alive. I don't remember if they ever explained why Rosa needed a large amount of money and needs it now. They explained Rosa and Eva and Kraus. I mean, they explained Rudolph and Eva and Kraus, but I don't remember if they explained why Rosa needs money. However, I'm no longer at a stage where I can afford to keep everything pretty. And I'm even consulting with Rudolph Nissan and Eva Nissan in order to get some money out of Kraus Nissan. With myself in this situation, I can't help but sense something ominous in the appearance of the witch. What could be written in here? I'm sure there must be something frightening written. Shall I first read it secretly myself? Oh, is she going to? The witch had requested it to be done at the dinner table when everyone was gathered. However, in that case, couldn't she just read it aloud at the dinner table herself? Why did she go to all the trouble of entrusting it to me? Did that mean, basically, that it didn't matter whether I secretly read it beforehand? It would be better to secretly read the contents first. But there's sealing wax, girl. They're gonna know you opened it. You can't reseal it. It would be better to secretly read the contents first. I understand that it would be breaking my promise, but this is no longer the time to keep things pretty. Rosa, this is gonna turn out so bad. I have such a bad feeling about this. It would probably be good to discuss it with Eva Nissan and Rudolph Nissan, depending on the contents. Nissan and the rest are always really good thinkers when it comes to this kind of thing. As I gulped and put my hand to the red sealing wax. That's a complicated question. She seems like the only sibling who's kind of normal about things and generally nice to regular people, but she is horribly abusive to her daughter and seems to have a lot of pent-up stuff going on, so and a mysterious past, so it's a big question mark, really. The way she interacts with her daughter is enough to think we don't like Rosa, but I know there's people who do really like Rosa, so yeah. So it is very much up to you if you like Rosa or not, I would say. As I gulped and put my hand to the red sealing wax. An abusive parent among witches, murderers, and schemers. And then she's in contrast, she's not much of a schemer, but yeah, hashtag Rosa did nothing wrong. Uh-oh. I think Rosa is a terrible person, but like a lot of the adult characters, but she's a fascinating character for you. Aha, I see. So right as she was pulling the sealing wax and she was like, something suddenly pulled on my sleeve and I let out a small shriek. Oh, what? Oh, Maria caught her almost breaking her promise to the witch. What's fascinating about her? I'm sure we'll find out. I don't know. There's a lot of the game ahead of us. It's probably a spoiler. What? Maria. Don't scare me like that. What? You're gonna break the promise to the witch and she caught you.
Oh. ダメ.
Ugh. No. Huh? Maria was making the same ominous expression Rosa had seen on the witch, sending a tingle up her spine.
ベアトリーチェはママにその手紙は晩餐で読みなさいって言った。
I knew it. Caught! Beatrice told you to read that letter during dinner, Mama.
魔女の約束は破っちゃダメだよ。
You can't break a promise with a witch. That's not it. You like how she's written, especially with her relationship with Maria? She's so complicated and messy. She's a good character, like a well-written character, and you love her VA's performance for her. Well, I'm really intrigued that she's more in the spotlight this time, because she really didn't have much airtime in chapter 1, so I am intrigued to learn more about her. What's so complicated and messy? What do we know about her? So far, as of right now, we know that she is the youngest daughter as of this yeah, so far. Okay, what do we know about her so far? I'll break it down. So, she's the youngest daughter of Kinzo. The youngest... Yes, that's Maria right there. The kid. You've never seen Maria before? She's been around a lot. Yeah, so that's the daughter she abuses, yeah. Not you too! Not you too! Alexi was saying that earlier. Oh no! Oh no! Not you too! God damn! Okay. Damn it. Okay. So what we know about Rosa so far. She is the youngest child. She's a little like Natsuhi in that she seems to be generally she seems like Natsuhi but more normal in that she's proper and cares about appearances and manners, but she's not so uptight that if she sees something, one thing out of place, she's gonna scream or something. So she's like the most normal of the siblings, but she had this child out of wedlock, mysterious father that we don't know about, so that's a little scandalous. And she's been very stressed out trying to raise a kid who might be have you know, disabilities and isn't being raised with the proper amount of like patience. You know, she's like, you're not hitting this milestone. Why aren't you hitting this milestone? You're the worst. This is why father never comes home. You know, shit like that. And it's like, yikes, lady, right? So she's very stressed out raising Maria, and she does not deal with that stress very well, and she often resorts to violence and ends up making the situation worse and makes herself look bad, even though she's conscious of appearances. So it's a mess. She's a mess. That's clear already that she is a mess. However, we don't know much more than that. And I'm curious to learn more. Like, what was her past like? You know? Oh, who's Maria's dad, you know? So we'll find out about that, I guess. Yeah, that's about right. Yes, that's all I got so far, but I'm sure there's stuff about her we don't know. And she had very little time to shine in chapter 1 because she got killed off right away. So I'm curious now that we're getting stuff from her perspective. Anyway, that's not it. I just wanted to look at the envelope for a second. I'll keep my promise. Oh, there you go. Look at that kid's face. Tell me you don't want to Titan punch her. Well, I wouldn't say that Maria is pleasant, but I don't wish her to suffer. I'll keep my promise. After all, Mama always tells you to keep your promises. Of course, Mama will keep her promise. Yep. That's so funny. Mama's a good girl. Wow. That laugh. It isn't cute, so stop it. Rosa has at least one cheerleader in the wings. Come to think of it, you've received a letter too, Maria. What was written inside? Haven't opened it. At least one. I know there is some... Some people do say, oh my god, Rosa's the best character in the game. And I'm very curious as to why some people hype her up. So you could be right. You could be right. She's obviously beloved. Beatrice said I mustn't open it until it's time to open it. You didn't come up with the hashtags. True, there was a hashtag Rosa did nothing wrong. This is correct. Beatrice said I mustn't open it until it's time to open it. So taking good care of it. I see. You listen well to what Beatrice says, don't you, Maria? Better than me. Ooh, I'm Beatrice's disciple, so I listen well to what my master says. So, for the reason of meeting Beatrice, this is probably the thing Maria looks forward to the most all year, more than any holiday, is the family conference so she can meet Beatrice and learn shit. I'm Beatrice's disciple, so I listen well to what my master says.
So.
I see. Rosa realized something. Mixed in with Maria's gaze was the light of a person other than Maria. Oh, the way she had that unhinged CG, and you could see the shadow of Beatrice in her gaze, and I was convinced that Beatrice had possessed her in chapter 1. Hello? If she broke the rules and opened the envelope here, Beatrice would definitely find out about it. Also, it's sealing wax. You can't reseal that shit. Because Maria was the witch's disciple. Yeah, she's gonna narc on you, mommy! Maria communicated with that witch. Mama will keep her promise. So, tell Beatrice not to worry, okay? I'll tell her. Hey, Maria. I want to speak with Beatrice. So, what could I do to meet her, I wonder? Don't know. Yeah, she's asking the daughter. That's about the best she can do right now. Damn. Beatrice is very fickle, so she always shows herself suddenly. I don't know a way to get her to meet me. But you know, she's always watching me. So when I get in trouble, she'll definitely save me afterwards. That means she definitely saw when you beat the shit out of her, Rosa. She's always watching. She's gone invisible and is hiding close to me. I just know it. She does look kind of evil, doesn't she? Don't I always tell you to stop that laughing? No, don't hit her. Reflexively hit her right when she said Beatrice can see everything you do. Ah! Rosa reflexively hit Maria on the head. That put a stop to Maria's laughing voice, but it wasn't able to erase the ominous color that had risen to her eyes. Rosa made a pact with herself. She swore that, at least until they left this island, she would not leave Maria alone. She couldn't allow an unknown being to make direct contact with her daughter anymore. Ooh, baby. Yes? The horror movie? I think I know the twist. That it's actually a middle-aged woman who's small? Or something like that?
Maria, 戻ってこねえな.
So, I had stuff in full screen mode and didn't realize how late it had gotten. Yeah, it was amazing. It was amazing how they treated those kids, and maybe Maria is actually a 30-year-old woman. And so it'll be okay to beat her up. No, just kidding. Anyway, I think I need to eat. Maria is everything to Rosa, both the good and the bad. She hates how much of an embarrassment Maria is, mostly because she projects herself onto her with how she was raised as an Ushiromiya, which is hinted to be pretty abusive for Rosa as well, both with Kinzo and with her older siblings. Oh shit. On the other hand, Maria is all she really has. She's her entire world. You can see how she falls apart after she realizes how awful she's being. Yeah. I mean, that's a vicious cycle too, how she like beats up Maria and then she's like, forgive mama, you know. That's the parent's perspective. Yeah. And that's kind of how it is with having an only child in a single marriage. That is your whole world. So I agree with that, at least. What about the child herself? Well, now that it's been revealed that Beatrice has been contacting her every year that they come to this family reunion, I think that kind of explains a few things and is interesting. But anyway, I think I gotta get some dinner. And I'll probably be back tomorrow. I did just get a Genshin Impact sponsorship, but I've never played it, so it'll be like a first time run. I don't know if that's what I'm gonna play tomorrow or not. I could play that on Saturday, but I'll figure out what I'm doing tomorrow. Thank you, B. And of course, on Discord, I always say if I'm streaming or not. Of course, thank you guys so much. But of course, if you're here for Umineko, I will be back next Thursday. You know, here's hoping. And then, yeah, just come back on Thursdays for more Umineko. And we'll see what the siblings are doing. And thank you guys very much. All right, let's see. It's been a while since I raided anybody. I should raid somebody. Hold on. There we go. What will I stream tomorrow? It could be Genshin Impact, but because I got a sponsorship, but I'm not sure. I'll decide that tomorrow, I guess. I need to get my weekly streams back on schedule, my like non-Final Fantasy, non-Umineko streams, but it's been really wishy-washy. I'll figure something out. Anyway, who should I raid? Let's see. Oh, Rowan and those guys are playing Lethal Company. Well, I probably don't want to spook Rowan. Unless you think I should? That might be kind of funny. You guys want to see us play Lethal Company? I don't know if I'll join just cuz I need to go get dinner, but it might be kind of funny to see my friends get in shenanigans. Alright, yeah, fine. I'll raid Rowan. It'll be fun. Okay. Let's raid a pleasant possum. And you're about to see some shenanigans. All right. I'll be back. And I can't wait to see you guys next Thursday for more Umineko. All right. Thank you guys. Have a good night, everybody. Happy New Year. Good night.